essentially Tim Scott was on some you can make it in America. That's his thing. You can make, it doesn't matter your skin color, you can make it in America, which I don't buy that. There is systemic problems in this country that prevent Black Americans from rising up in this society. It's just that, to me, I don't like that message. I think it's very disingenuous. And even in South Carolina, his own state, for him to say that to me is just way off base. Don't agree with that at all. Um, but that last video, they play two Biden clips. One where if you don't vote for me, you're not Black. The last one was about Black Americans don't know that Hispanic community is diverse, which was like that's a really really disrespectful clip. And then it was the Behar saying how Tim Scott is a pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And ironically, what she's saying, quote unquote, may have some truth in it. However, I don't think she should be the person saying it. I just don't think that if someone's going to admonish a Black American, even a conservative, I don't want it to be those people. I don't want those people having to feel comfortable enough to feel like they can voice our opinions, right? Now, Whoopi Goldberg's on the show. If she said it, okay, I get it, whatever. I think she's been suspended from that show before, or whatever they had going on with her, and whatever she said something about um, the occultist people or whatever they did. I think they suspended her for a minute. But if she said it again, it's her. She's a Black American. She's talking about Tim Scott. He's a Black American. I could accept it because at least it's coming from her. But coming from the other woman, to me, I just don't like it at all. I just don't like it at all.
I
Um,
agree.
yeah.
I agree with you on that too, man. It shouldn't come from Joy Behar. It would have been better coming from Whoopi Goldberg, because she is the one foundation of Black American on the show. Because I don't think Sonny Austin's from another lineage. Maybe I'm wrong on it, but I think she's from another lineage.
Is that the light skinned looking lady?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think she's from like maybe the Bahamas. I think.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen one or two clips from her, and I wasn't like it. I didn't feel impressed by whatever she was saying at the time. I don't watch that show. It's been on forever, whatever. But like when these clips pop up, I just don't like, again, because they're vote blue no matter who till they die, and they're gonna say whatever they think Black people are thinking. And I'm just sick of that, because I'm seeing way too. I kind of saw it during his first run, Biden's first run, where you had these white voices coming out speaking as if they were speaking for Black people, like they were the spokesperson for Black people. And now they've just gotten way too comfortable with that position, in my opinion. And I just don't like it. And I'm going to do the opposite of whatever these people say, simply because I'm sick of that part of American politics, for what it's worth. Let's see. I'll try to do it again. See if we get the monkey up here. Boom, boom, boom.
I do want everybody to know, though, in reference to Tim Scott, in reference to this brother, he's not what I would call, let's just put it this way. Tim Scott, he gives the story of his family, right? He does this individual thing all the time. Like anytime you see him, he talks about the individual story of how his grandpa and his family made it, and America is not a racist country, right? This is what we get from him all the time. But he never does anything as a collective. This is what we don't get from, well, hell, really, from any of these Black leaders. We don't get the collective thing where they want to say, hey, Black America all together need to be doing this. See, that's not what you're going to get from Tim Scott. But he'll tell you the individual things about what his family did. But he's just going to tell the rest of us that, well, my family did it, so your family can do it. See, that's what he's going to give us. And this is what I'm getting so sick of when it comes to these conservative blacks like him. So, with that being said, because he likes to do that all the time to us, I gave him a new name. I gave him a new name, everybody. His name is Senator Timothy Blue Gum Scott. That's right, Blue Gum Scott.
Oh, God.
This joker loves to sit up there and tell us what we ought to be doing, pulling ourselves up out of the
wow.
scraps, right?
Where's the, what are we doing? Am I on?
Take a look at your gums.
What's happening,
Negro.
bro? What am I on?
And you need to do something
YouTube,
about those gums,
but I don't
like maybe
see
pull
the,
them up or whatever.
am I on YouTube?
That's his name, Senator
Yeah,
Blue
I'm on
Gum Scott.
YouTube. I don't see the chat.
But this is what you're gonna get from him
I
all
do
the
not
time.
see the chat on this thing. There's no chat.
I'm so sick of hearing his story about
Wow.
what his family has done. There's a lot of our families have done stuff in this country. Your family is not the only family that has done something in this country. But what I want to see is black leaders that's going to stand 10 toes down and say, hey, we're going to fight against the government. We're going to fight against, whoever it takes.
There's no
so
chat.
My people can come up.
I don't know why there's no chat.
And where are those leaders right now that are like Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Where are those leaders right now? Rosa Parks. Where are those leaders at right now? It's like we don't have any left here. And I hate to say that, folks, but can somebody tell me, do we have any more of those leaders here anymore? It's like everybody done went to and sold us out. The people that we elected into positions, they have sold us out. I mean, what's the guy name up there in New Jersey? Senator Cory Booker. I thought he was on our side. Is he not on our side? I thought he was supposed to have something to do with police reform. And come to think of it, I think Blue Gum Timothy Scott is on that committee too. Or he was supposed to be a part of that. I like to hear what everybody else have to say, man. Where are these leaders at now? So apparently they all on flew the coupons.
On Twitter they like leaderless movements. It's where are those leaders, man? I think unfortunately it takes people a very long time of consistently being consistent over a very long time to get the grassroots, and then they have to be able to pivot once they get the grassroots in that way, and they get to that upper echelon of Black American politics, then to be able to pivot from that position to politics, whether they run for elected office or they build some type of political organization. You're probably talking about 10 years, 15, 20. I mean, I don't know what the time frame for that is. And then if anything disrupts that or dismantles it or shifts it off its off of its square in a sense, then you're basically starting over from scratch with the next person who tries to come up and take that position. So I think those of us who are trying to build platforms and trying to get the word out about the things we want to do, we're having some success with the people that we do reach out to, the people that we talk to. And then we gotta be the people who stay consistent over the next 5 to 10 years to get to a level where our voice carries more weight and more people hear it. And then we can actually implement the things that we're talking about. For what we are talking about here in this space, really all we need is one state. We just need Delaware. It's the smallest state. It's the quickest possible state. It would be a physical reality that would be undeniable. and that would change everything. And so, for me and for my next 5 years, that's where all my physical focus is going to be, my financial focus, all of my energy, all my prayers, and everything else. I've built financial organizations, businesses, but I've never built a political organization. And so it's all new. Like, everybody's learning, for the most part. And you hope that you can tap into people who done it before, who are trustworthy, who you can build with, and who are going to put their ego to the side. Because the other thing, outside of outside obstacles and outside um things that are going to try to dismantle things, is that on the inside ego it's ego. And so, are people willing to put their egos to the side, focus on the people, focus on the mission, and accomplish the mission, and not do things that are disruptive and or untrustworthy through the process. Everything that I'm talking about is legal, it's constitutional. There's no there's nothing that um the powers that be could do to disrupt it, other than causing harm to the people involved in it. And there always is the chance that, just through the law of nature, that something like that could possibly happen. But you also have to be fearless, and you cannot allow um deterrence to stand in your way. You just got to be, you see a deterrent, okay, either I'm gonna go through it, I'm gonna go around it, I'm gonna go above it, I'm gonna go underneath it, but I'm gonna figure out a way to keep moving forward past that particular obstacle, and just keep moving forward. That's all. End of the day. um so yeah, that's where my mind is at. So, I really wanted to, I called it the white space because, again, if we got a white person who's intelligent, we'll let them up, have a conversation, as long as they are intelligent. I was going to play some text to speech tech tweets from some white people, but if you're saying you can't hear it and the voice is choppy, then it doesn't really make any sense to do that if you're not going to be able to hear it. So I'll just go off of what I got up here in the jumbotron. So this was a Time magazine article. I posted this back in January, but it was that more than 80% of large metropolitan areas in the United States are more segregated in 2019 than they were in 1990. Only 2 of the 113 cities with populations of 200,000 or more actually qualified as integrated. I'm going to say that one again because that actually is very, very important. Only 2 of the 113 cities with populations of 200,000 or more qualified as actually being integrated. That's 113 cities. That means 111 of these cities that have over 200,000 population don't technically qualify as being integrated. And that's what I say this a lot. I've said it in different spaces. I actually had to explain it in one space a few months back, but it's the illusion of being integrated because you may work together, which is like basically a public space. You go to eat at a restaurant or go to a football game, base, whatever, some public sporting event, and it looks like you're integrated because you're walking past people at the mall or you're sitting next to somebody in a restaurant. But the reality is, and this is the very real reality, is that the country is more segregated today than it ever was. And so there is this natural separation that just occurs naturally with our populations. And then how do you take that and make people understand it, number one, and acknowledge that that's actually the way that it is? and then say, okay, well, since we're already segregated in all reality, we are actually segregated. How does that benefit us? How has integration benefit us? Well, it doesn't benefit us. It benefits corporate America, white America. It benefits white banking interest, white and Asian and Hispanic businesses that operate in our communities. It doesn't benefit us at all. In fact, um, so we still have segregation, to be quite honest, just not in public spaces. But we lost the benefits of segregation, which was the black dollar circulating within the black community, and you know, black owned bus companies, black owned taxi services, black owned restaurants, black owned banks, black owned insurance. We lost everything that was beneficial to not shopping, working, eating in white owned businesses. And this has been the problem of this 50 plus year experiment of integration. It does not benefit us. It's never going to benefit us. It only benefits the communities that um, parasitically live off of our population. Quite literally, parasitically live off of our population. And so we got to break that chain. That's one of the most important chains to break, is the delusion and illusion of being integrated into the society. Um, because once we deintegrate and we do pull ourselves out of the society, we pull our money out of this economy and we start circulating our money within our own communities, then all of the benefits that they are now receiving and have been receiving for the last 50 plus years, we will actually benefit off of the income that we generate. We will benefit off of the dollars that we spend, which is vital. It's just it's vital to just existing. Period. Certainly vital to a black majority state. The natural progression of concentrating and into a state or into a county, into a city, and then circulating your dollars within your community is that you naturally start to benefit each other because you're in close proximity with each other. Being scattered all across, not even 50, we really don't live in all 50 states in large numbers. It's more like 20 plus states, maybe 25 of the states where we have significant populations. So instead of being scattered across 25 states, we get ourselves concentrated down into 5, 6, 7, 8 states. Now we have the power of the dollar that we circulate. We have the power of our tax base that we can control. We have the power of the federal money that comes into the states for roads, bridges, for all the federal infrastructure that's within the state, and just everything else. Private, public-private partnerships, private corporations want to come in and invest and build factories or whatever it is. We have the opportunity to harness all of that for our benefit and keep the dollars circulating within our community, and really grow exponentially from that point, instead of staying individualistic minded like Tim Scott, and only really concerned about ourselves or our group or our family or whatever that is, and then wondering why our children and our grandchildren and our great grandchildren have to go out into the society and there's nothing that's set up for them to win. They are dealing with the same struggles. They're dealing with the same fights. They're fighting a tidal wave of immigrants that are coming in to literally take everything away from them as soon as they get the opportunity. And they're dealing with racist institutions and systems that are designed quite literally to take everything away from them. So integration is something that does not benefit Black America. Never has, never will. And that's just is what it is. The next thing up here is that 100 million Europeans have come into this country. And this says if the 100 plus million Europeans stayed in their homelands and the 30 plus million Hispanics, is likely closer to 40 or 50 million, stayed in their homelands, Black Americans would be the wealthiest population in America. If we could rewind the time and go back to Reconstruction and hunker down and fight those people for those states where we had majority populations, and we said, okay, we went through one civil war, well, guess what? We're going through another one. And if we could have held on to Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, if we could have held on to those 5 states and said, you know what, over our dead body, you're not taking this away from us. We're gonna operate together as member states. We're gonna grow together, and we could have kept the 100 million Europeans from coming into this country over 200 years of immigration from poor European countries, and likely 50 million Mexicans and South Americans from coming into this country over the last 100 years. We would be the wealthiest population in this country. And without abortion, we would be the second largest demographic by far. No matter how many of these Mexicans they brought in here, we would still have the second largest population, and we would be the wealthiest at that point. Because if you think about all the inventions and all the patents that we would have controlled, and we would have controlled all the wealth that came from all those inventions and patents over the last 150 plus years. Um, so we've lost more than we can possibly calculate. Unfortunately, we've lost way more than we can possibly ever calculate. And we're probably talking about trillions on trillions, hundreds of trillions, if not quadrillions of US money that the Black community has lost. And at this point, if we continue down this road of apathetic integration where we just exist, and like we're just waiting for somebody to put a bullet in our brains or whatever, and then our children, and again our grandchildren, our great grandchildren, it's like at some point, to the nation, the gentleman from the nation was in here talking about the collapse of the United States. At some point, we're going to be surrounded by people who are not from here. They have no connection to us here. They really don't give a fuck about Black Americans at all. And they're going to be the majority dominant population here. And they're not going to have any sympathy for our population. It's just a matter of time before our great grandchildren are dealing with a scenario such as that. They just won't have any sympathy for us at all anymore. And after this election, when Biden boycott 2024, when he loses and he blames Black America for his loss, or he wins and he blames the Latino vote for his win, it's over anyway. It's really, really over at that point. I mean, at that point, we don't have a political party that gives a damn. We don't have a financial base. We don't manufacture anything. We're not really, really growing enough food to feed ourselves because they've stolen all of our land, all of our farmland. It's just that we're in this really, really bad, hostile, anti-Black environment. And, I shudder to think what that looks like in 20 years. Not even when I'm not even talking about 50 or 100 years. I'm on 20 years. All things being equal, 20 years from now, I'll be 68-ish. So I should still be here to witness what it looks like. But I'm not enthused about what it looks like, because it looks like it just looks like the worst white mirror that I can possibly imagine, to be quite honest. Alexander, you got it.
I was just talking about, I was not talking about, but I was listening to, there's this Black YouTube channel. I think it's by the name of TD hip hop media, I think, and he was talking about immigration, and he was saying that we probably have like 9 years left just politically for us to get anything, and then after that we'll be clashing with other groups. He didn't think it'd be violently, but just economically and politically for power. Because what he was saying is that he thinks that if Joe Biden gets reelected next year, or say like it's Kamala Harris, that they might try to get an immigration bill in 2025 or 2026, and then they'll just let them all in until they don't need any more immigrants, and then we'll be fourth when it comes to our minority status, and then they don't really have to. They won't need our vote. The Democrats won't need our vote in a little while. I don't know. It was a YouTube channel that I don't know if you guys follow him on YouTube, but I was just trying to put that out there in relation to what you were saying.
Yeah. TD Hip Hop, man, love the dude. He's very intelligent. I think he's a little optimistic with 9 years. I think he's being a little optimistic, and I think we're cooked.
Right? Because if you watch the video, he sounded more pessimist. He was saying we have 9 years left politically. He's thinking that Congress is going to have an immigration bill by 2025 or 2026, like just after the presidential election.
Yeah, he's more than likely on that, because they've already been talking about amnesty, and the Republicans are saying no amnesty without border. I mean, but they've been saying this. They've been saying this for a while now, at least a decade. They've been talking about border security and amnesty. And yes, President Biden's job is to flood this country with as many immigrants as he possibly can get in while he is the president, so that they can replace the black vote. They no longer need the black vote to win. And they really don't have any reason to care about the black population at that point, at least the Black American population. So I don't think it's 9 years, because 9 years tells me we got 2024, we got 2026 midterms, we got 2028, we got 2030, and then we got 2032. That's a lot of elections. And again, that's why I say he's being very optimistic. I would say after 2024, depending on if Biden wins or loses, again, if he wins, they're gonna give all the credit to the Latino vote. If he loses, they're gonna blame black people. And I think after that, it's pretty much like they're just done with it. To be quite honest, it's just over. I don't think in 2028 you're gonna have this whole get out the black vote and let's put money here, there, blah 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 blah. I think at that point it's pretty much going to settle in, because by that time there's going to who knows how many more millions of immigrants they're going to get in here, and how they're going to keep flooding the Black American communities in black cities all across the country. I think the die is cast as far as that goes. And if we sit around waiting for another decade, oh my God, dear God, I really hope people are not thinking they're going to sit around for a whole nother decade. That would be tragic, in my opinion. That's fucking tragic, bro. Fucking tragic.
Peace from reparations, family. Black State Up. How y'all doing tonight? Black American, Black State Majority. What's up, everybody? Professor Alexander. What's going on, Miss T? Word up.
And what's up, DJ?
What's good? Black delegation, everybody in the room. Trouble. What's good? I ain't doing nothing, just over here chilling, running down these fake rappers. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? One battle at a time. You know what I'm saying? Black American, I'm knocking them out. Boop, 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 boop. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, happy Memorial Day weekend, everybody, too. You already know that's our holiday. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Or this is our holiday, rather.
Yeah. So Memorial Day, yeah. So I've seen people posting that it was called Black Decoration Day. and that, you know, so I'm assuming that's the day to go and you know, visit the graves and you know, put up flowers and things of that nature. So, you know, shout out to our people for honoring our ancestors, honoring the people that we lost, and for really being, someone said it earlier, the soul of America, in every way, shape, and form possible, um, and being righteous people, being just people. I mean, through all the things that I read, and some of it is so hard to read. it's so it's like you can't even imagine some of the things that were done to our people. It's just really inhumane, and you know, it's one of the reasons why I stopped watching a lot of those videos, with police interactions and things of that nature, because you know, these people just don't care about us. They don't care about our humanity. They don't care about our existence. You know, the clock, and that's why I say another decade, man. Whew. Oh my God. If we don't do something now, and I mean really, 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 really soon, a decade from now, because everything that I wrote in my book, I was talking about us being in bondage again, you know, 5 years ago, but everything has been accelerating since I wrote that book. Since I've really tapped in on Twitter, I just had my 3-year anniversary under this account. It's been accelerating. Um, and so I just don't see another decade of just kind of sitting around. You know, I was out and about today. I try to get a movie in, you know, when I can. And it's like a shopping district, so you get to kind of see different people out at the restaurants and things of that nature. And it's just like, I kind of feel like the uh the person in the Terminator movies, where they knew that, you know, there was a coming nuclear war or whatever, and that all these people would basically be dead. And it I kind of feel like that. I'm just walking around looking at these people like, man, y'all don't even know what's going on. Y'all have no idea. You're oblivious, you know. And there's some, I guess there's some joy, or at least there's some solace in not being aware. It's almost like if there was an asteroid headed towards the planet and we had, you know, 30 days to live, would you even want to know? Or, you know what I mean? Would you even want to know? Or would you rather just, you know, just live your everyday life, and when it happened, you know, and maybe you would realize, because you would see it coming at some point, you know, maybe in the last 24 hours or whatever. But I just wonder, man. I think there's a part of me that would rather just not even know, just go about my daily routine, and not even know. Because if I knew I had 30 days left to live, I think if society knew that it was over in 30 days, society would fall way apart. I mean, I think everything would fucking be burning and shit by the end of the 30 days. But yeah, man, that's a crazy thing. But yeah, just seeing how oblivious people are to what's going on it's kind of sad.
Hey, I got a song for that as usual. Let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna go into this. I'm gonna go into this. Mm, 24 hours to live. Wow. Wow. 24 hours to live. Wow. Ooh, stroke. Mm. Oh, that's going. You know, that's going to crush. I forgot about that. Oh, that's going to crush the. I totally forgot. That's going to crush the YouTube. That's going. I'm gonna talk over this so that. Oh, I forgot about that whole YouTube thing. Not like we're ever gonna get the monetization, and even if we do, this channel is so black strong, black empowerment. They gonna demonetize it the first chance they get. So we are not doing this to be monetized. We're not doing it to get to 10,000 followers or none of that. We're just trying to put the information in a place that everybody can get to it, that is accessible, and that you know, it creates somewhat of a permanent record. Because Twitter, their spaces last, I think, 30 days. Although there still are some that are like months old. I don't know what it is. I don't know why they're still active on the app, but they're supposed to delete themselves after 30 days. And YouTube is a little bit more permanent than that. So outside of monetization, again, doesn't really matter. It's more about having a place people are familiar with. They can come and they can watch the videos, and then, you know, we go from there. So I want to get this poem in here as this song ends. Reverse whiteism.
Yeah, so shout out to all them folks. Rest in peace to Black Rob, DMX. Let me tell you the reason why I played that song. So like I said, we about to maybe have a major battle over at the liquor store. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, potentially. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a slaughter, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. Bloodbath coming shit. You know what I mean? Skip tried to want no smoke with the liquor store when it comes to this music shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. So I just ran over in their space real quick. You know, one of their little homies was talking shit, but that's my homie too. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean? I don't care if the child started the music shit up here first. We ain't doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And if it wasn't over on Clubhouse too, by the way, that means I ain't started first, because Clubhouse had the spaces first. Let's go, Naka. You know what I'm saying? How you doing, Troubles? Am I trouble? Am I trouble? Am I trouble?
No, you ain't in trouble. But next time you play a song, make it hearable.
Oh, well, no, I ain't got that type of equipment. Donate to the liquor store. You know what I'm saying? It's coming. Upgrades.
Okay, let me get this.
You ain't come up here just to say that either. What's your mic?
I'm gonna follow that song up with this poem out of the Black State of America, Black Reparations, Civil Rights 2.0 book. So the title of it is Reverse Whiteism. Racist white face, racist white hate, racist white fingers squeezed our fate, racist white bald, racist white lies, racist white hands destroyed our black lives, racist white list, racist white cloud, racist white terror rained down on black crowds, racist white front, racist white ignorance, racist white violence murdered black innocence, racist white hoods, racist white fear, Racist white Jesus was never really here. Racist white Jesus was never really speared. Racist white evil is always revered. Racist white hate really needs to cease so my beautiful Black people can finally rest in peace. You got it, Trouble.
Hey, everybody. Shout out to the group. Hope everyone is doing well this evening, this late night, early morning. So,
Yes.
I'm sorry I came into the space hella late. I had a little car trouble, had to wait about 3 hours for a tow truck to get there. So I'm just kind of getting in the house real good and able to kind of listen to what's going on. You were saying something earlier about a little bit ago before DJ started playing that non-hearable song about
You know what the song was.
about God, I just lost my train of thought because that song is ringing in my ear. But I think with a lot of people, even my own family members, people chose to take the blue pill in life a lot of times when it comes to the issues and when it comes to what's going on in our black lives. I've tried to engage with my family on Facebook and even in person when we have our family. Well, I just went to the first family reunion in years this past summer, and nobody really wants to deal with everything that we're up against. It's almost like it's better if they don't know because then they don't have to deal with it. They just want to really kind of deal with what's directly in front of them and what's going on with their specific family, because if they have to look outside of that, it'll become too much. Unfortunately, for those of us who decided to take the red pill instead, it's extremely frustrating while we're trying to, wake everybody up to what's all coming around so that you can see that comet hit the earth before it gets there. And maybe if, we had all minds on deck,
get on a rocket
there would be, somebody in the crowd that would have an idea about how to stop the comet before it actually came and hit us, directly.
Yes.
But, until we get our people to that point, and it's a struggle. It's a struggle for me when I post a lot of information on my Facebook account that's just strictly family and real life friends, and the important stuff gets ignored. But if I post up a funny meme or something like that, everybody's kiki ha ha ha, you look and you got 30, 40 likes on that, but you can't get more than 2 or 3 likes on the stuff that's real and it's actually impacting us, and that's been part of my frustration. And I just opened my family and friends account back up because of that very reason. They started really kind of irking me after a while, and I'd even posed the question, why do you all keep ignoring the real stuff? And it is I just want to say that it's hell of annoying, and that's what I see a lot of our people still engage with, even on a political level. It reminds me of when I thought to myself one time, my mother hipped me very young to movies and stuff like that so that I wouldn't be afraid, because she loved horror movies. And so I wouldn't be afraid. She taught me about the effects and the costumes, and made sure she pointed out the actors and how this person was a actor, and this is the other movies you've seen this person in. And so, when I watch it, now I'm not scared because I know this is all, effects and this and that. I know what goes into it. So I can't watch movies nowadays without paying, specific attention to actors. And, she taught me more about movies than just that, because in her mind, a lot of times with white folks' movies, there was always a certain amount of truth that was in it, but they couldn't come specifically straight out and tell the world. So they had to put their thoughts and opinions and truth into their movies. And so there was a lot that went into it. And once you start to wake up to that, you can't go back. You can't go back to sleep because now it's there in your face. And sometimes I ask myself, damn, do I wish, mom would have never really kind of brought the reality of television to life in my mind, because that kind of woke up a lot of other things within, I guess what she would call your third eye, waking up, and so that's where I see a lot of our people are. They don't really want to wake up to the real reality. They would rather not know if that comet was coming and hitting them. They would rather just be hit by the comet rather than attempt to think that there was something that someone could do to stop it. So I don't know. When you said that, it just kind of made me think, and I'm going on and on, but yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective, and I agree. I agree that is a part of just people saying, they really don't want to know. And because I used to be that person, I can't lie about that. I really wasn't super political most of my life. I would listen. I remember early years of being a truck driver. You're on the road a week at a time, and you get out into these really rural areas, and all there is it's either Christian, and it's like dry white Christian preachers on the radio. It's country music or it's right wing talk. And I listened to probably a decade of right wing talk radio, pretty much every week. So I know how those people think. They've been saying this shit for decades, quite literally. Same shit they're saying today, they've been saying for decades. And their thought process doesn't really change that much, to be quite honest. And that's why I know we could separate from them, and they would be like that. The right wing side would be okay with that, whereas this liberal side is really I think most people don't realize it, but the liberal side is the real problem for us. Because they're going to try to hold on to us and like this damaged relationship, which is like an abused spousal relationship. When we do try to finally break away from these people,
bro, you went in the matrix, bro.
Okay, all right, I'm out and in. What the fuck, bro? They won't let me stay in the spaces, bro. They fucking me up, man. Is it? I mean, is it? What is it though? What is it that causes that?
Reparations2023.com, social.com, soxcial.com, soxcial.com. Come up there, make accounts, get up there on the reparations. You already know, fill out your RSVP, and we looking for volunteers. Let's go.
Yeah, I'll talk about social again after I make this point. So this batter and abuse spousal relationship that we're in, it's like when you try to leave an abusive relationship, what happens? The other person gets violent, quite literally violent, because they don't want to let you go. And so I think that even though we think that it would be the right side, I don't think it would be the right side. I think the right side would be glad to, essentially wash their hands of us, quote unquote. Whereas these demonic Democrats, they're going to want to fight till the very end to monitor us, to manage us, to control us in some way, shape, or form. And so I think if people are able to open their mind up enough to see it, they're going to be shocked. Those vote blue, no matter who, black Democrats, when they're finally forced to realize. Because I think, and this is a whole nother problem, going into the state of Delaware, there are going to be, because that's literally the Grand Dragon's home state. There's got to be a bunch of Biden sexuals running around there, and they're likely to be the people who will fight against this the most, because they got that, the Django Samuel Jackson character spirit inside of them, where they want to protect the master's house. And so, it's just like, damn, man, you got to fight your own people to free the others of your own people. Man, so that's the only part I'm not really looking forward to be honest. I don't care about anything else, but that part is like, man, I just know what it's going to be. It's going to be draining. It's just going to be draining. It is what it is, but yeah. God damn. Whew.
Yeah, Black, I think you're absolutely right. And that was an excellent point that you made about the Republicans, because I don't think the Republicans necessarily, they've never really pandered for our vote. They've never really cared about our vote. And the majority of them are probably thinking along the same lines that we're thinking when it comes to, let's just separate from these Negroes and be done with the whole situation.
Yeah.
Whereas the liberal side more or less needs us. They've always needed us in order to be able to get votes, in order to be able to get into office. And so not only do they need us for their political base, but they also need to make money off of us at the same time.
Bingo.
And so
bingo.
It's certain levels to it of why they, sort of like they're the real slave masters.
They are.
The real slave catchers, and they hate to let their slaves go because we provide their financial backing for them.
They are. That is it.
They're the ones who allowed the policies to be set in place to where our communities are overfilled with others who are also able to make money off of us at the same time. I've always believed the Democrats and the Republicans work hand in hand with each other, but at the same time, there's that slight dynamic to where I could see, the Republicans saying, I just want to separate. Y'all have these parts of the states, and we'll have this, and you stay on your side, and we'll stay on our side. Whereas the Democrat is the monkey in the middle.
Absolutely.
They're the devil that's stoking the fire, because we can't let them go. Because I know what you guys on the red side don't know is that if we allow these Negroes to be on their own, they're going to do better than the rest of us. And we're not going to be able to fleece off of them in the manner in which we have always been able to fleece off of them. We're not going to be able to sustain ourselves without them. So your separation plan isn't going to work for us, because we still need to have them under some type of Devo mind control to where they think they need us.
Wow.
So yeah, I totally get that 100%.
Dude, man, you was on fire.
I got a question for Trouble.
Man. You on fire.
Or anybody in this space,
you
right?
On fire.
Who controls the Democrat Party?
You on fire.
Who do you think controls the Democrat Party?
Boycott
Same
Biden.
People that control the Republican Party.
The DNC.
Oh, okay.
I mean, let's be honest, y'all. I'm going to tell you who controls all of it. Your corporations. That's who controls every one of these parties, period. That's the bottom line in the United States. Corporations control the parties. They control the government. And I don't think you can disagree against that. That's who controls everything.
Right. Now you're I say you about right. For years, I don't even want to say this because it might get me banned. But the people I think control not only the Republican Party, the Democrat Party, and the corporations. I think you guys know where I'm getting at.
Oh.
The letter start with a J.
The small hats.
Right, the small hat. And guess what? And see, the small hats, they want immigration. They want illegal immigration. Because their population is very small. They only, 3%, 4% of the U.S. population. So it doesn't matter.
They include the whites. They include the white people.
But you understand, man, the whites, the Christian, what do you call those people? Oh my gosh.
White nationalists.
The Christian people, sometimes they don't align themselves with the small hats.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about Catholics.
White nationalists. White Christian nationalists.
The Christian nationalists, yeah. Or your Protestant. That's actually the word I'm looking for. Your Protestant. They don't align themselves sometimes with the small hat. So
yeah, they don't. No.
Yeah, so I believe the small hats control everything.
And the small hats is made up of who? Basically European white folks who just grift off of, another group, Jewish, because you're Jew-like, you're not really the real Jews, but that's a whole nother conversation. But there's still European white people. And as far as immigration and white folks goes, white folks don't care about immigration because white folks are immigrants to this land them damn selves. They're immigrants to most lands. If you really want to go deep back into history and look at it, they're true immigrants.
Bing, 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 bing.
Look,
Winner.
You're right. They don't care about white immigration.
Winner.
But they do care about people of color immigration. They don't want more Asian. They don't want more Hispanics. Now they don't mind white looking Hispanics, but they don't want the dark Hispanics coming to the USA. They don't want Asians. They don't want Africans coming to the United States. But the small hats, they don't care who comes into the United States. They don't care at all.
Well, they say they don't, but when you look at it from another perspective, they actually do. Because the black immigrants help them with their American Negro problem. Because they can use these black immigrants because they're more docile and not as willing to fight white supremacy as the black American Negroes are. Man, and so they need them as their proxies to help them with their Negro problem. So if they could bring a certain amount of, which they do, bring a certain amount of black immigrants into the country, that they can hit two birds with one stone. They can stick them on us with their white folk talking points. They're not going to talk against them. They're actually going to speak for them. And so our anger as of late has been more directed at them, of course, mainly because they keep running a damn mouth. But that works in their favor. Because it's what they intended to happen. It's what they wanted.
Shit.
Is to get the black immigrants in and sick them on their Negro American problem, and that eventually will cause our genocide and ethnocide, and that's a problem. It's a problem for us, but it solves their problem. It solves their Negro problem. So to a certain degree, I don't believe that they don't want too many. Well, I can believe that they don't want too many, but I don't believe that they're looking at it in the sense of we don't want black immigrants here. They absolutely do.
Man.
You mean the white nationalists? I'm saying the white nationalists do not want African immigrants, but the small hat.
Yeah, them motherfuckers don't like that.
They're serving their purpose. They're serving their purpose, and as long as they serve their purpose, then they can easily get rid of them because and I'm not specifically talking about African immigrants. I'm just talking about black immigrants, period. They can easily be gotten rid of. Us American Negroes are not easily to get rid of because we think more, because we look at the situation and we know these devils a little bit better than these other immigrants are willing to admit, say out loud, and do something about. So yeah, they absolutely want them here. They do. Yes, the white nationalists, they do. They say they don't. That's the 52 fake out. Because they can get rid of them a whole lot quicker than they can get rid of us.
Trouble is right on that, because these ones that's coming from the diaspora, from the other lands, Caribbean or Bahama or African nations, these African or these black, so-called blacks, are willing to go along with white supremacy. They docile. Like, I think I mentioned it in News Total Space the other night. Like that video. Oh, no, it was DJ Space. That video, I never forget this video, Trouble, and I know you remember it, where that black, I think she was Caribbean, but she was got on her knees and crawled to Prince Charles.
God. Oh, dear.
I don't know if y'all remember that video, but it was circulating
I
all
remember
around the
that.
Twitter
That was
spaces.
disgusting, man. I remember that
really
shit. Damn.
bothered me to see a black woman get down on her knees like that. And she was not one of us, of course, but she looked like us. And I tried to listen to her accent, but she was all choked up over Prince Charles, got on her knees and crawled to him. I said, man, what kind of shit is this?
Crazy.
Those people, man, they respect royalty. They respect people with power. That's just the way they are.
Gotta
man.
go.
That's the way they are in their own country.
They got to go.
When you have power over them, they have respect for you, and they
got to go.
They worship you.
Come on,
but, Black Americans, we don't, because what we've been through, we don't have that type of what's that word? We don't have that type of culture where we respect people of
don't respect our elders,
wealthy or their royalty. Black American, we don't have no respect for people like that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Black Americans.
Hey, let me tell you something. Prince Charles, he can kiss my ass, man. I wouldn't dare get down on my knees. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't dare get down on my knees for that punk motherfucker. Excuse my French. Him or any other royalty person.
Man.
It's not that we don't have respect for them. We just don't place them over humanity and the next human period. It's not we don't have that worship or white face complex. We know that we're not in those days where we have to step off on the sidewalk and hold our head down, not be able to look you in your eye, type of foolishness. That's the type of people we are, because we done been there, we done did that, and we ain't trying to go back to that. And that's why when you say these white nationalists don't want these black immigrants to come over, that's why I have to disagree, because they want to make America great again, which means they want to go back to the time frames when we step off the sidewalk. We couldn't walk next to them. You had to sit where they said sit. You had to drink out the water fountain where they said you could drink it. You had to do whatever.
No, those are Confederate. Those are not white nationalists. White nationalists and Confederates are totally different people. Look, I talk to these people. I know.
Separate your crackers from each other. I don't separate a cracker from a cracker.
You have to. Why? So you can understand what you have to understand where.
Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. They are.
Right?
There is a difference.
There is a difference.
There is a difference.
White. They don't want no black people living around them.
There is a difference.
Confederate people, right? They don't care if a place is 90% black, as long as they are the leaders and the what's the word? As long as they're in control of everything, they don't care if the place is 90% black or what. As long as they control everything. So there's
you actually think that a white nationalist who wants to, first of all, white folks are lazy as hell. They don't like to do no real hard work. They like to sit up in an office building directing orders. So you think that they wouldn't have a new class of people that's out in their field getting their tomatoes and watermelons and cantaloupes and everything else for them? You actually think they want that type? You actually think they want to do that kind of work just because they because they call themselves nationalists? If that's what
now guess what? Now you're talking about totally different people. Now you're talking about the 1%. The 1%, right?
Yeah, there's some factions. There's some factions.
With the people trouble, unfortunately, you know what I mean?
There's some factions.
But even with that being said, some crackers are mountain men, you know what I'm saying? And gypsies, you know what I'm saying? They survivalists on their own terms, you know what I mean? And that's a good majority of them, but you're right. So a lot of them ain't gonna do this work. And I'll be seeing a lot of rhetoric about that too. That's why you don't see black folks stepping up in Florida to do that work. What them immigrants ain't doing. That Ron DeSantis kicked out. It's over. Everybody on their own. Hold your own nuts. You know? Go ahead, Black American.
Oh yeah. This look. The thing is, when you do business with people, right? You kind of understand where people are coming from. When you work with people that that invest millions of dollars, right? When they have when they're a CEO of billion-dollar companies or 10, $50 billion corporations, right? You understand where they're coming from. People, regular white folks that make less than $100,000 a year, right? They don't control the country. Now they benefit from the upper echelon white people that control the country. You know, a white person that makes $100,000 a year, they might run a small business, or they might be,
brother.
you know,
I'm in there. I'm with you, brother.
Or a state representative, or a manager of a business, or an engineer, or a doctor, wherever like that. But your upper echelon white people, your 1%, you know, they don't care. As long as they making money, as long as they rich, they don't care about nothing. They just care about, you know, they just want to make sure they pay the least amount of taxes, and yeah, you're right. They don't care about who are the consumers, who are the laborers. They don't care about anything. As long as they making money and they rich, that's all they care about. That's the 1%. But the white folks that make less than $100,000 a year, they care about who lives in their neighborhood. They care, you know, they just have a different agenda from the white 1%. They're just totally different people. And then the white nationalists are different from the white Confederates. There is a difference. And guess what? Black people are different, right? Now, a lot of black people don't want to say that, you know, black people are in certain classes. You know, you got your rich, you got your professional black class, you got your middle class, you got your working class, and your poor class. But most people put all black people in one class, but it's not one class. It's different classes of black people. But you know, that's the way I think.
Yeah, no doubt. They got.
Do you think they're different classes of black people?
Well, they got the white racists, just like they have the left and the right side. They also have different factions within, even on the left side. They got different they got the progressives and blah blah blah, all these different fucking labels they put on each other over there. And then on the right side, they got different factions as well. And they all agree on the overall principalities of things, but you're right. The ones that wave those Nazi flags, they wave those Nazi flags for a reason, and they are anti small hats. For you know, because that's their outward expression of it. They blame them for everything that's wrong with America, and they really try to attach them to us as if they are you know, our puppet masters in a sense. They're guiding us as to anytime because every once in a while I'll go down this rabbit hole of these white racist accounts, and you'll see a lot of anti small hat in relationship to Black America, interracial relationships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So especially the propaganda that comes out of Hollywood in terms of interracial relationships, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that side of, or that faction within the right wing, and I'm sure they have some left wing, whatever, you'd have to understand who those people are as well. But on the right side, they're the ones who are waving those flags. I think they would be considered alt-right even, you know, because they wave the flag and whatever, but they do not like those people for sure.
Hey, do you know, if I can remember, I think there's like 15 or 20 Jewish, I said a word. I don't want to say that word. I'm going to say small hats. There's like 15 to 20 small hats that are in the Senate, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's about maybe 70, 80 to 100 small hats that are in the Congress. And they're only 3% of the population. I remember a law professor told me that 30% of the lawyers in the United States are small hats.
It's possible.
Even though they're only 3% of the population, they're 30% of the lawyers, of all the lawyers in the United States. So, you know, so yeah, judge, oh my God, when it comes to judges, I think they said Jewish small hats are about 30%, 40% of all the judges in the United States. So, you know, they have a lot of power, even though they're only 3% of the total population.
And to a certain degree, I think we need to move away from these white folks' percentages, polls, and statistics, because I'm pretty sure they got our percentage of how many black folks is in the United States wrong. And if they got ours wrong, then you have to believe that when they tell you, well, there's only 3% of these mugs here, that their numbers are actually different. And not only that, because a lot of people don't self-identify outwardly as Jewish, and a lot of times they change their names so that you don't know that they're Jewish at the same time. So there's that.
Right. Well, I look, like, if I don't know these information, and I'm a statistics person. I live and die on statistics.
Statistical analysis.
I won't be able to invest in companies if I don't believe in charts and
yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, when it just comes to certain things I just can't take exactly as word, because to know these devils is to know how they lie, manipulate, and hide the truth. So when things like that, when you talk about your money, then that's a whole different situation.
Go ahead, Black. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Yes. Indeed. Agreed. So, man, this was the next thing in the Jumbotron. So in Mississippi, Indianola, Mississippi, there was a young black child who called the police, and ended up being shot. 11-year-old young black child, Adarian Murray was his name. He was calling for help for his mother, and somehow he ended up getting shot. Well, there's a picture of the guy. This is from attorney Carlos Moore, so I'm assuming this is an official thing. It says they're refusing to explain what happened or release any body cam footage, so they're saying justice for Adarian Murray. This is an elder black gentleman who they are saying was the police officer who shot this young child when he's calling 911 for help for his mother. So definitely, if you haven't come across the story, tap into it, try to figure out what's going on down there for this young child to get shot. Now, he did survive. I saw pictures of him with his bandage on after the shooting. He's at home and everything like that. But obviously, this officer needs to be terminated and likely, in my opinion, needs to be charged. I don't care who you are. You shouldn't harm a child. I have no sympathy for any grown adult that harms a child. And to be a police officer, I think that should be an elevated crime. And, this person who looks like an elder, in my opinion, should spend at least a decade behind bars. Because this is an 11-year-old child that he shot. And only through the grace of God, this young child survived it, because he got shot in his chest area, towards his shoulder. I'm going to try to find another picture, but he is so lucky to have survived this incident. And this guy, 10 years plus whatever they're going to have to pay this young man, in my opinion, $30 million wouldn't be enough, but he should never have to work a day in his life, and should be able to take care of his family and future family and everything else out of this situation. So very, very unfortunate. I really want to know what the details of that you call for help for your mother as a child, and then you end up getting shot. I don't know what that's about. Okay. All right. So the next story is, and I was
just to speak on that real quick, because I did kind of look into it a little bit.
Okay.
One thing is they are throwing that police officer's name out there real quick, obviously, because he's a black person. I believe he is a Black American actor.
Mm-hmm.
So, they wouldn't do that if it was a white person. They would have withheld the evidence or the person's, the so-called suspect or killer, shooter, whatever, whoever it was, right? They would have withheld their identity. So we already know it's two Americans for that. Other thing is, too, if you're scared for any little thing, you shouldn't have a gun. That's automatic. Other thing I keep saying, don't pull your pistol out if you ain't using it. That could have been prevented. So, and I agree. He shouldn't have to work a day in his life. City, you might as well just go and kick out $25 million right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hospital fees for life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't know what internal injuries this kid might have. You know what I'm saying? Moving forward, not just physically, but mentally. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the question, the Q&As he's going to have to go through for the rest of his life. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. At this point, just thank God he okay. He seemed to, I got out the hospital the same night or the next day. So that's good on that note. And hopefully he can finish out the school year or whatever. And all the blessings to him and his family moving forward. But his mother, I felt like, should have been a person to call the police and just go in the room and lock the door. Don't put a child to doing an adult job at the end of the day. That could have been prevented from the information that I've seen. But go ahead, though.
I'm gonna chime in. Yeah, I was gonna chime in right quick on that. Oh, go ahead, Trouble. You go ahead. I know you want to chime in too.
No, I just wanted to say I've heard several people say that about, the mother shouldn't have put the child in a position, but the mother wasn't the one who got the child shot. The mother didn't pull her gun out and shoot the child. And sometimes when you're in that position, what you're doing is you're trying to keep your child safe. So you put him in another room as you go and handle the situation. And if you're seen calling the cops from a person who is irate, then you and your child could potentially automatically become that person's target. So I could sort of get it as a mother why she would send her child into the room and tell him to close the door and call the police. So this is sort of like the second or third time I've heard somebody kind of halfway blame the mother. And as a mother, I don't appreciate that. I'm just letting you know. I'm just saying, don't be blaming the mama.
I got some receipts for that. If you want to, you want to go to verbal war with it, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, we ain't blaming the mamas. We just blaming this one. You know what I'm saying? But I understand what you be saying because we don't know how it is as a single parent out here, or for those that don't have kids like myself. But I have raised a bunch of kids, so I kind of get it. But at the end of the day, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's an adult situation. I felt that an adult should have handled kids. Get your ass in the room, let it be for what it is. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Now, in regards to this situation, y'all, thank God for that young man being alive. That's the main thing I have to say on this. He is alive. In a lot of these situations, we see our people end up dead. So I'm just thankful for him being alive. He's able to maybe have a future, and they definitely need to pay though. And I think that's definitely going to be the case here. There's no way you can get out of it. You're going to have to pay up.
Yeah.
I will say this. If you are black and you are in law enforcement, you better understand you're going to be put out there. If you do anything like what this officer did here, or like those officers in Memphis, you're going to be put out there by yourself to defend yourself. Because guess what? Your police department is not going to stand behind you. That union is not going to stand behind you.
Right.
See, this is what these knackers better understand when they go into law enforcement.
They threw that knacker under the bus immediately.
Exactly. And that's what they did to the guys in Memphis. Notice how they put them out there? They put them out there quick like. And they didn't mind doing it. And if you notice, they were glad to have them all on the news talking about they shouldn't have did this, they shouldn't have did that. But now when
white male police officers are doing this stuff, they'll try to give them every benefit of the doubt. So you black officers, you might want to think long and hard about taking these careers in law enforcement. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't actually go into that field because you're going to be thrown under the bus.
I thought it was mighty funny how the when the article I was reading had said the police have refused to give the name of the officer, and then in the next paragraph they were saying, but somehow his name was leaked. Like somehow, really, there's no somehow about it. We all know how his name got leaked. Like like you right, Professor. They protect who they want to protect, and they throw the knackers up under the bus. And I don't understand why they don't get that at this point in time. But you know,
that's why I'm telling. If you're a black law enforcement officer, your ass is going to be put out there and you're going to have to fend for yourself. This is why they have to understand when you go into this law enforcement career field with these police departments, you're going to be left out there on an island on your own if you get caught up in any of these shootings. So this is something that you have to think about when you go into the law enforcement field as a black American in this country here. And so it's just something that I would tell any black person. And I know we have said in some of these spaces that we need more black people in law enforcement, but I don't know if I would recommend black people in the system that we have currently. Now y'all tell me what y'all think on that, but I don't think we should put our people on the line in this system, black women or black men, because the way this system is set up right now, they are under the umbrella of white supremacy, which means they're going to have to do what the white supremacy system wants them to do. Y'all tell me what y'all think on that.
Yeah, I agree for the most part. So, like, what do you think? What type of system not to say what type of system we should be under or whatever, but like, if we're living in a black state, what is the law enforcement system? Is everybody just carry a pistol on you and just defend yourself at all costs, or we have some type of sheriff in town that is upholding the law and keeping the peace?
Well, in the black majority state situation, we'll be controlling everything anyway. It'll be us making the laws, the judges, the lawyers, the police departments. All of that would be under us. Right. So it's our system that's set up in the state, the black state majority. But right now, because of the way things are designed, I just feel bad for a lot of these black officers because they really have no choice. If you go into this thing, you're going to have to give yourself to them. Because, see, what'll happen is if you don't go in there and prove yourself to that white supremacy system, they're going to end up killing you. They're going to kill you. They're going to leave you out there so you can be killed. Yeah. So this is something to think about when you go into this law enforcement field. Ask that young man that sounded the alarm back here in 2010, I think, brother Michael Dorn, out there in, was it LA? I think he was working with the LA Sheriff's Department, or maybe it was the LAPD. And he told us, he put that manifesto out there about what was going on with that criminal element that they have in the LAPD. And of course, we already knew it, but he confirmed it. He said, man,
that's the reason why we got to be in law enforcement, because we have to be those spooks who set out by the door. Now, that's not the only profession that we could actually get into. I think some of us should be going into border patrol.
Hey, bro, I said that and screamed that and advocated for that for like folks that live in Texas. Like when this whole immigration thing really broke, maybe about, I'm gonna say even before Trump was saying, who built the cages, Joe? You know what I'm saying? Hey, black people need to get down to Texas, Those that are in Texas need to go apply for border security jobs. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, that type of rhetoric fall on deaf ears, and it is what it is and shit. I guess our people just don't care to, to hold on to what we got. And not all, shout out to Chicago, South Shore folks. That's, they fuck that shit. I wish Jersey people would have did it, but you know, we got this Pan-Africanist mindset. That's what's really fucking us up, man. But go ahead.
Yeah, this Pan-African mindset is what's killing us too, because a lot of our people still have it. We still want to, what can I say, y'all? We still want to cape for other groups. My cousin, this is my oldest cousin on my mom's side.
Hey, Black American Homeland, top left hand side. Who's running the asylum? There you go. That's who's running the yard. There you go, right there, bro. Go ahead.
My oldest cousin on my mom's side, she lives over in Atlanta. And I was talking to her about immigration today, and of course about these Mexican immigrants that's coming all over there and everywhere else. And she, of course, said, oh, shoot, don't worry about those Mexicans. The media is just trying to scare us. They're just trying to scare us. She said, this is why we need to stop watching the news. We need to stop watching this stuff because it makes us scared. It makes us want to not live. And I said, no. I said, no, this is true stuff. This is going on now. This is happening all across the country in these sanctuary cities. And they doing that thing right there in your city, in Atlanta. They want to bring all these Mexican immigrants in. Listen to what I'm telling you. You're going to be flooded. And they're going to be giving these folks free money when there should be money going to us as Black Americans. It should be Black Americans over immigrants. Now, you got to think about this. For a group like us that was bought in bondage, we should be thought about first before any group, because these other groups, they coming over here because they want to come over here. And if they choose to do so, they can leave. But that's not the option for Black Americans. Black Americans, this is our home. This is it. So I was telling her, this is something that you need to get your mind and get yourself prepared for. Those folks are going to load up your city over there. And I see it coming here to Alabama. It's going to happen here too. It's going to happen all over the place, man. These folks are everywhere, man.
It's happening everywhere, but people still with the mindset, Professor, of well, don't we got room? We got room where we can help everybody. These people need help. I'm so tired of hearing my family members say that shit.
I am Black Sheep Gang, trouble, Black Sheep Gang.
All day, DJ, all day. I had a cousin inbox me a couple of times since I've been back online. Like, what are you doing? You coming back to piss people off? And I'm like, if you ain't already pissed off, then yeah, I guess it's gonna be my job to piss y'all off all over again. You know, because why should I have to piss you all off with the reality of what's going on in our world? You should want to know, number one. Number two, as a Black person living in this world, you should already be pissed off. But you're only paying attention to, you know, the people that's surrounding you. And then my cousins up north, I don't expect them to understand where I'm coming from because for the most part, when I lived in Boston, their communities had been overrun with immigrants for decades, probably over a century now, you know, so they're used to living amongst them. They're used to dealing with the microaggressions from them, and they turn their face to it and just, you know, go along to get along because they're so used to it that they don't see that that's not how you're supposed to fucking live. That's not how you're supposed to live. You're not supposed to be living in your own damn country surrounded by a bunch of damn immigrants who slight you every time you turn around, who act like something is wrong with you when you come inside they shop to shop, who act like they don't necessarily want you there, but they want you to spend their money as they talk to you rudely. You know, I had a problem with that when I went there. The whole time I was living there, you know, so I don't know what it's going to take for our people to stop feeling like you need to love on everybody, you know, and I guess it took me a long time to want to change the core person of who I am. I don't want to change the core being of who I am because I love people. I love helping. But my reality says that, you know, I keep loving on everybody else and I ain't loving on my own people. I'm a part of my own demise, you know. So
There you go, Trouble. We have to love on ourselves, and that's what I was telling my cousin, because I talked to her about Atlanta, but I said, Cuzzo, I said, get a chance. If you get a chance, go read up on what's going on in Chicago. I said, go read up on that right now. And as I was telling her about that, she said, yeah, I've been hearing about the situation up there in Chicago. And she said, well, what is the deal up there? I said, because the Mexican immigrants are about to overrun that city. Hell, they already overrunning the city. And they trying to bring more of them up in there. And they giving them $7,000 along with housing. Okay, something that we as Black Americans should be getting first. I said it should be Black Americans first before any other group. That's just the bottom line. And she said, well, I need to follow up on that. Then she said, you saying this is happening all over? I said, it's happening all over. I said, look at California. I said, all right, if you get a chance, read up on California. Look at the situation out there. Look all over the country at these sanctuary cities. But then not just sanctuary cities, just look at what's happening all over the country, where these folks are going to eventually be all over the damn place. And I'm just telling you, we got to get these folks out of here. Because for one, we don't know who they are. They bringing all kinds of shit up in here, like diseases. Not to mention, I told y'all the story about the situation here in my local area, where there was one that attacked a young girl in the bathroom, locked the door behind him, and attacked that young girl, which was, come to find out, is a white female.
So the gang did that to the white girl?
Yeah, that's right, a Honduran. Some Honduran dudes.
Did the white men in the town get up and lynch him like they did Emmett Till?
Hey, look, the DA, who was white, of course, said, nah, he ain't going nowhere. We going to leave him right over here. And the federal government, we are not going to do any kind of negotiation with the federal government. He's going to stay right here to serve his time. So, see, he fucked that Honduran fucked up, because when you attack one of these white folks, your ass is through. See, now if he had did that to one of us, well, you already know. It wouldn't have been a big deal, see. But see, that's the thing.
The next day.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, they the ones that's bringing these folks up over here. They are allowing these folks to come up over here. And they don't know who all these folks are. I mean, these folks are in gangs. They MS-13, they cartels, no telling what kind of diseases they got. And of course, we're hearing about them, these folks coming up in hotel rooms, breaking up things, drunk, doing all kinds of shit. Y'all, we got to get these folks up out of here. And just the bottom line, Joe Biden has done a disservice to this country. He's done a disservice, and we want his ass up out of here. Why don't he go on over to South Central or whatever? What is it, Central America? Go on over there, Joe Biden. Shit. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, getting in Jumbotron, y'all, top left-hand side. Who's running the asylum, yo? Who running the yard, yo? There you go right there, Black America Online. That's who run the yard. And everybody else that fall below that is the crazies and shit, you know what I'm saying? No lie. Shout out to the room. Everybody share the room out. You already know. Hashtag BSOA. Hashtag BSOA.
Okay. The next story is, I believe this was
one of my favorite people up in here. She bought some fire to the space last night at News Total Space.
Oh, that better not be online. That better not be online. We just like online.
No, that ain't her. No, we talking about Sister Sean right there. There's Sister Sean up in here.
I'm online. Get the book of legend. Get the book of legend.
Yeah, I'm about to say, now, is online up in here? I haven't seen her.
I'm gonna get her though. From the talking points the other night with the hubby. I'm gonna get her.
We got the Sister Sean up in here, everybody. Sister Sean up in here. She bought some fire to the space last night into the News Total Space. So shout out to her.
I was in that space. I thought I was in that space.
And hopefully she wants to. She might come up and speak tonight. We'll just see. But I tell you what, she fired the space up last night. Hey, look, y'all. When she got up there, I think I gave like 300 100s. 300. I couldn't count them, but I did something many, man. I did so many of them, you know. So shout out to Sister Sean. I'm glad she's up in here. I see the only Mel Cruz is up in here, y'all. There she is. She's up in here. Yeah, Sister Pink Ice right there. She up in here. Sister Tata up in here. Let's see, Schism, second places. Muffet. I see Sister Evelyn right there. There she is.
Oh, there she goes. Damn. No picture.
And by the way, y'all, we did have a. I guess they must have left the space. We had a white supremacist up in here earlier. Somebody that called himself. Damn, what was his name? White Genocide was up in here. He was up in here for a good while too, y'all. He was just sitting down there listening. And I went and checked out his page. He definitely one of those. As a matter of fact, Black American Homeland. He one of them guys that you were just talking about. One of those nationalists. He had all that nationalist stuff on his page. So yeah, he was sitting up in the space, man, down at the bottom there listening. He was in this space for probably about an hour, maybe a little bit longer.
And that's cool because I be sitting up in their spaces too.
I forgot, Trevor. You do be sneaking around like you the CIA.
No, I'll be sneaking around. I'll be right there smack in the middle of it. I want to know what's going on. Shit. I want you to know it's a knacker in the room listening, talk your talk. I want to know exactly how y'all feel. Exactly how you feel. I want to see if I hear what any businesses y'all own that might be in my surrounding area, so I know to avoid it. I like my crackers to be racist up front. Don't hide your shit. Let me know who you are, what I'm dealing with, so I can save my dollars to your place of business, so I can save my time and my energy talking to you, smiling with you, you know, so I can save my voice from speaking to you. So I could close the door on your ass when I go inside the damn building. You know, I'm just saying. Because that's really what we've been dealing with the Democratic Party this whole goddamn time. We've been dealing with closet racists. So it's time to, you know, and you know it. Online, that's why I say social media is a double-edged sword, because it's informative on one end, but it's toxic. It's toxic too. But at the same time, you really get to see, you know, who people is. You know, they call themselves Democrat and vote blue no matter who, but let a conversation come up that deeply involves race and see how fast they switch up, or see if you talk against a Democrat or something, how fast they roll into their racist rhetoric. I ran into that a lot online with so-called Democrats. They for this whole time, when you sitting back thinking that the MAGA crowd is the worst crowd, no, it's these liberals. The liberals are they're the worst, and I'm saying liberals to when I really mean Democrats, because you know that includes the conservative Democrats, the moderates, the progressives. You know, all of them some assholes.
Okay. Let's see what the next story is. Okay. I'm gonna get some more of this jumbotron information out here. Let me make sure the mic is actually working. Yeah, so we good. Okay, so this was a unanimous Supreme Court ruling. I believe this was a black woman who was they seized her property. Sheriff cell. I believe she's an elderly black woman on top of that. And this is what this was going on all across the country. In fact, so they would take the house. Let's say the person, I believe she owed like $15,000 in back taxes. They would take the house, they would sell it for $40,000, and they would pay off the the back taxes, but then they would pocket the difference. And I remember when I first saw the story, so it was like a couple $100 million annually that these different municipalities were just basically taking this money away from people. And in this ruling, the Supreme Court declared that this was unconstitutional property seizure. Um, so this is actually a really good ruling. It's a conservative court. It's a conservative ruling. They seemingly followed what we would think would be the most prudent uh, part of the law, which says you can't profit, in this situation, municipality. And so I'm assuming that this woman in particular will either get the balance, or maybe she has a lawsuit that where she can get more than what than they actually owed for the difference. But for all the people who may have ever had a situation like this, hopefully they'll be able to get that money back from all of these municipalities that essentially were stealing their money in this situation, selling their property, tax sale, and then profiting off of the difference. Talked about gold. We talked about gold earlier in the space. Let me go over these numbers again. So, of all the gold on the planet Earth that's not still in the ground, half of it is in jewelry. Roughly half of it is in the form of jewelry. The total value of all the gold is about $12.5 trillion. And that is not enough in the value of gold as it currently exists to produce cash to be backed by gold in all of the economies across the planet Earth. I don't know what the total global currency valuation would be and or GDPs of all the countries combined, but I know it's more than $12.5 trillion. So sometimes some people attach themselves to the gold standard and currency attached to gold and things of that nature. But part of the reason why the United States went off the gold standard because they quickly understood that they did not have enough gold to grow the economy, and that the currency needed to not be attached to a physical static valuation. They needed the currency to be able to grow, and that's why we have the situation that we have today. That's why we have the economy that we have today as a country, and really as a planet, to be honest. Now, these smaller countries, they can devalue their currency, they can manipulate their currency, they can flood their currency, their markets with a bunch of currency, and collapse, these smaller countries. But it's very hard to do for America. It's very hard in America for that to happen. And they back their currency with military might. So that's pretty much how that works. The next one, I posted this a while ago, but in 2019, and this is about the migration, and this is from moving.com, U.S. moving statistics for 2019. 29 million people moved in and around the United States of America in 2019. Say that again. 29 million people moved in and around the country. This is on an annual basis. This number is likely, it probably goes up and down by a little bit, but essentially overall, nearly 30 million people move every single year in the country. A lot of times people are like, oh, we can't afford to move. Oh, we can't move. Oh, yeah, that's one of the excuses. But the reality is that the country is constantly in a web and flow of moving. People are constantly moving around this country. It's just a part of the way the society is set up. No one stays. Well, very few people stay in one place, stay in one home from birth to their grave. If you live a long life, usually, people do live in multiple homes throughout their life. I'm someone who moved a lot as a kid. I was involved in those domestic violent situations as the young man in Mississippi. I likely dialed 911 in those situations as a young child, and the police were at my house weekly, sometimes every other day. It was different circumstances then versus today, but I can't even count how many homes I've lived in as a kid and now as an adult. At least a dozen, if not more. Some of my childhood homes have been torn down for gentrification, gentrifying those neighborhoods that I grew up in. So those homes don't even exist anymore, unfortunately. Um, so I don't know if anybody else has that experience. Check the DM. Okay, yeah, I don't know if anybody else has that experience where they had a childhood home that is no longer there. You know, either through gentrification or some other natural disaster, or whatever. Um, that's a little that could be a little bit of a it's like an emotional thing, because every once in a while, depending on how you've lived your life, if you lived in the same community your whole life, and you have a real close attachment to the community and the neighborhood and the church and the school and all of that, you may not have had that experience. Me living in a small to mid-sized city, and living in nearly every area of the city, moving around a lot. I've had this experience where, we live in a house for 3, 4, 5 years, then we move to another house, and then we move to another house, and move, just moving and moving and moving, and so I've gotten to see these homes be tore down, and then when you finally get a chance to swing back through a neighborhood that you grew up in, especially now with the gentrification is so bad that it's almost like you don't recognize the neighborhood at all. And again, it's jarring. It actually is really, really jarring to drive through Matrix. Okay, man, what the fuck, bro? I hate that shit, bro. I really, really hate that shit. I'm so annoyed with this shit, man.
I can't talk right now. See, I couldn't even say that whole thing. Now, crack is drawing me up and shit, but they fire though.
Saltine, Ritz, or cheese.
Nah, we don't do that. We ballers, ain't we? We don't do sharecropping no more, right? We fucking with the townhouse, flatbread, tomato, basil, mozzarella. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can have them. It's rich.
So I'm gonna take a picture of these shit's right. I'm trying to tell y'all something.
In a minute,
tomato-based crackers.
No, once.
They stay mad. You know what I'm saying?
I bet you can't put the mozzarella in them.
Oh, trouble, trip.
They'll fire though.
Hey, look, what I'm about to do.
Hi, DJ. Everything fire.
Exactly.
That's the cocaine house, crack house.
Hey, and what I'm about to do in a minute, though, I'm about to go in this kitchen and I'm going to do an omelet. See, I'm going to do that right there.
They're baking on mantra. You know what I'm
saying? Professor, listen. I'm on the phone talking to y'all, and I'm trying to make a chili for tomorrow, right? Tell me why I forgot I was making chili. I done chop up bell pepper, onions, and mushrooms and got them in the pot. And I'm sitting here looking like, what the hell am I making again? And I'm like, damn, mushrooms don't go inside chili. I'm making chili, not spaghetti. So I got to start all over now.
And make it a veggie chili, up. The mushrooms. Put some more vegetables in there. If you ain't throw the meat in it.
What you mean put more vegetables in it? Like what?
No,
don't make these kids over here fight because ain't no hamburger meat in this shit.
Right, but I'm saying leave the mushrooms in there though, because mushrooms is good for you and they taste good when they saute like that, you know what I mean? Especially when they've been, just sitting in that chili pot, chilling, you know what I mean?
I wonder how it's gonna taste, but I ain't never had mushrooms in chili.
What she could do is just make the spaghetti.
Might as well just go make spaghetti, yeah.
No, I don't want spaghetti. I got my heart set on some chili. I got my crackers and everything ready. I got my mouth set on some chili, honey. I got my baby done told me to stop by the store and get some Tabasco sauce because for some reason he like his fire and I don't like mine fire. So I'm gonna heat his little mouth up, even though he was mad when I came home. He was like, "Mama, why you didn't get the Louisiana hot sauce?" So I was like,
"Oh, my nephew. Is he right?"
He like the Louisiana hot sauce is a little bit sweet. That Texas stuff you guys got, whatever that was, I had brought. He's like that Tabasco. He's like, I don't too much like that one. Well, you gonna deal with this one right here. He's like, no, I still got some packets from the store from. He's like, I got some Louisiana packets from the store.
You know what you sound like? I need that Crystal's hot sauce. It's not too hot and not too mild. You know what I mean? It's right up the, it's right there. Texas Pete, or not Texas Pete, but yeah, Texas Pete is fire. And what's the other one? Don't forget the adobo to the picante sauce. That's fire, yo. That adobo, Goya picante hot sauce. Ooh, that's fire, yo.
Yeah, I don't really eat hot sauce like that, but I got 2 kids that for some reason they real black with their stuff. They put hot sauce on their fish, hot sauce on their chicken.
Yeah, there you go. Hot sauce on the fish. That's how I am too.
You know what I'm saying? And I got one that if he ain't got no hot sauce, I had told him the other night, I said, ain't no hot sauce in there, but you can, it's some ketchup, put some ketchup on there. He just stood there and looked at me for a long time. Like if they both red, it'll work.
Well, no, I don't want to taste that sweetness of the ketchup right now. It's all like that'd probably be a nasty changiness too. Like, yeah, yo, no heat to it. I don't lie, no heat to it whatsoever, yo. And yeah, you can't go wrong with a bottle of just basic ass Franks. I put that shit on everything, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but our bad black man, we're gonna turn the space into a food network, man. Go ahead.
Hey, just real quick. So if you ever run out of hot sauce, a dab of chili powder and a dab of well, you could put paprika, but chili powder by itself works good. And just mix it with a little water to a slurry up, and just go ahead and baste your meats or whatever with it, or use it as a sauce, right? Get it in, because there you go, homemade. You know what I mean?
What about cayenne pepper?
Yeah, you can do that too. Chili pepper, cayenne pepper, any type of pepper powder is all the same. You know what I mean? And with that being said, you know the difference of the what they call it, the Scoville level or whatever of how hot it is. So there you go. I was gonna say paprika too, because paprika is a hot spice, but it's real mild. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I worked at a store one time, that's how we used to make our chicken. We'd have it was pre-made chicken, but we put it inside a bag with some barbecue sauce, and then pour the cayenne pepper in there, and I put hot sauce inside the ones that I would make, and make hot chicken for the people who was coming through. But I think I used to put too much of it on there because people started complaining about it was too hot. Like, well, you wanted hot wings, I gave you hot wings.
Word. Damn, I ain't had no hot wings in a minute.
Okay. Damn, I don't.
I want seafood right now, though. That's what I really want.
They got me in the Matrix, man. They put me in the Matrix here.
You there, Black Majority?
Yeah, I'm here. Man, this, Twitter. I don't know what it is. If it's the phone, I did the update. I turned the phone off and on, and still get put in the Matrix over and over again in these Twitter spaces. But yeah, I just want to pound through what's up here. So you posted this a while back, but these are Joe Biden quotes. It's like a little meme or whatever of some of his more.
Oh yeah, the anti-racist remarks. Oh yeah, that's all day. That's one of my favorites. Matter of fact, we're gonna start making T-shirts out of that. Be more codified. There you go.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, so because this is the white space. Like I said, I wanted to let the text to speech just read off some of these tweets, but because of how janky this whole situation is, it just ain't gonna work. But looks like there's about 6 or 7 quotes here. I'll read them off real quick. He says, "If my opponent wins, they're going to put y'all back in chains." God damn. "I do not buy the concept popular in the 60s, which said, 'We have suppressed the black man for 300 years. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. Unless we do something about this, my children are going to grow up in a jungle. We Delawareans were on the South side in the Civil War.'" I mean, you got the first mainstream African American who was articulate and bright and clean. Someone earlier asked who runs the Democrat Party, and I know we talked about corporations. I'm surprised bankers didn't come up in that conversation, especially the central bank. But he is the face of the Democrat Party. He's been the face for almost 50 years, almost half a century. If he wins another election, he'll actually cross 50 years. I don't really hate a whole lot of people, and I guess on some level, as a human being, I don't hate him as a human necessarily, but I do hate everything that he represents in every way, shape, and form that I can possibly imagine. Back here, this was actually that Rolling Stones 1987 is when he said, it was a Rolling Stones issue where he said, "We were on the South side," speaking of the Confederate South, in the Civil War, in 87, in a Rolling Stones interview. He bragged about receiving an award from George Wallace, the former Alabama governor and one of America's most notorious segregationists. This man is what he is. He's a racist. He's a left-wing liberal racist. The Kenyan American sanitized his image and repackaged him and sold him to Black America. The interesting thing was during that election, when he chose this old white-haired white guy, I was just thinking, because I have no idea who this fucking person was. I was just thinking, oh, this is to make white people feel comfortable. This is to give the white voters something to latch onto, as to say, almost like, he's actually going to be in control. I'm just going to be the face of this thing. He's actually going to be running the country. And there may be parts of that were true in some cases or whatever. Doesn't really matter at this point. However, that's the way I took it at that time. But the Kenyan legitimized this guy as a friendly face to Black Americans and Black voters who vote blue no matter who. Basically certified that. And all these Black puppet politicians, the We Know Joes and the Sly Burns in South Carolina, it's like, we now, and I'm sure some of us in this space, some of us who've been in politics a lot longer, got it a lot longer, understood it a lot longer. But to the general public, the popular culture, it was like they just sold us a demon. They sold us someone who was anti-Black their whole entire career and made him, essentially someone that we were supposed to accept as a friend and as a protector and as someone who would do something legitimately to uplift or help Black people. Obama was probably the worst president in my lifetime, as much as I would like to say it was Reagan or, Bush or whatever. It definitely was Obama. There's no question in my mind at this point. He was the worst president for Black America, period. Hands down. He did so much damage in so many different ways on so many levels. He opened up this fucking ability for Africans to sell their goods and services over here, which they didn't have before he got into the presidency. I thought that was a good thing when I first heard about it. I now realize how even that was anti-Black American, to be honest. And this Joe Biden, Jim Crow Joe, is the face of all of it, the architect of all of it. There's no way on God's green earth he should win another election, because I'm shocked that they didn't figure out a way to get him out of the office so Kamala could be the first Black, quote unquote, American female president. I'm actually really, really shocked that they didn't do that on the second administration. I can almost guarantee they will do that. And so there's just so many reasons why this guy could not. Please do not let this man become the president of this country. I don't even care about the federal branch of the government in terms of the presidency. I just don't think that there's anything they can do for us. But the symbolism of it, it does matter to me. It really, really does matter to me. That someone who really just practices anti-Black American policy on every level would be allowed to have a victory, and he would have a victory because Black people went out and voted for him. For everything that I want to do and want to accomplish, that's actually going to kind of blow the wind out of the sails. It's really going to be a devastating hit for me, to be honest, because I just don't think he deserves to be there again. And I think we should really work 10 times as hard to make sure that at least Black Americans don't show up to vote for him. I don't care about the other groups, whatever they do, what they do. But I just don't think we should show up to vote for this guy. So, yeah, that's the reason why I'm really behind this flyer, and just trying to repost and post and post and post and post and post. I'll be posting it for the next 2 years, or at least until November 2024, because I just do not want this person to get reelected. Chicago's allowing illegal migrant children to enroll in schools without any health records. American students will be required to have 16 different shots before they can enroll in school. Last year, Chicago Public Schools Chief Pedro Martinez called for state and federal regulators to mandate the COVID vaccine before kids could enroll. But of course, he has no issues with illegals enrolling with 0 vaccines. They say that there is a potential tuberculosis spike that could possibly happen with all of these illegals coming into the country, and possibly spreading some form of some disease, if not tuberculosis, maybe something else, because they don't have the vaccines. They don't, they weren't on the same regimen as most U.S. citizens have been in. They're coming in such high numbers. They're going to be around these kids, concentrated population. So, if I had a child in school and I was in a city that they were planning to flood with these people, I would really, really consider taking my kid out of the school, at least for this school season, if I could, possibly afford it and or manage it, homeschool, cyber school, whatever, and then see how it plays out, not be a part of the experiment as much as possible. Because it's a whole thing where, they're breaking so many rules of just normal so-called American society to cater to these people in every way, shape, and form possible. That hotel, I believe it's a hotel in New York where they're saying they're having like 2 or 3 babies being born fucking every week. And they're tearing up the hotel. They got guns in there, drugs, alcohol. Kids are, in the hallways getting drunk, getting high, whatever. Just total chaos. People coming and leaving and doing just about whatever they want to do. That just seems so absurd to me. It just doesn't even feel like it's reality. It doesn't even feel like it's real, but it is real. I thank God I don't live in one of those cities where these people are showing up in very large numbers. I'm just really thankful that I don't live in one of those really big cities like that. Because I just feel like it's a tragedy. Shout out to the people in Chicago that are trying to fight back, that are showing up, that are just trying to push back on what's going on out there. But it's kind of like, they're going to just keep pushing and pushing and flooding and flooding and flooding. They know eventually even our most strongest protest, eventually they start to die out and people just kind of accept the new reality after a certain amount of time, which sucks. It really, really, really sucks. They just beat us down, beat us down, beat us down, beat us down until we just kind of give up. And it's really sad.
Hey, check the message again, bro.
Okay.
Black, did you see where the governor of New York said that they're going to use the colleges, certain colleges in New York, in order to place some of the immigrants that they're overloaded with?
Say that again, Trouble?
I said the governor of New York just made a statement the other day saying that they're trying to figure out which one of their universities, their colleges inside certain areas of New York they're going to place the immigrants in. So they're going to use the college campuses in New York to place to house the migrants. And Atlanta, of course, asked for $7 million or more money for an insurgents that they're preparing for.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do something, y'all. I'm sorry, but they breaking laws. Laws are being broken for them doing this type of stuff here. You just moving people out of houses, you're moving people out of their schools, you're moving people out of colleges just to bring in illegal immigrants.
Well, they said that being that there aren't going to be any kids in the colleges for the summer, that would be a good temporary solution until they can come up with something better. But fuck? Even as a temporary solution, that's not what people who pay for college is paying for.
Wow.
To be housing migrants inside of the colleges and stuff like that. That's not what they're paying for. Taxpayers are not paying for illegal people to come and use our facilities, and then you turn around and use our tax dollars because they're going to have to get thoroughly cleaned up and cleaned out.
This shit is like the fucking Hunger Games.
Spray for bed bugs and all kind of stuff when you get them people up out of there. I'm just saying.
This is just really going too far, and it's been going too far. It's got to have to stop. It has to stop because they're going to keep on doing it. They don't understand the danger they put this country in with this mess. And it's like, well, let's be honest. It's these people that own the corporations. See, it's these corporations that's pushing this too. Because they talking about they want people over here to do the work, right? To do this work that everybody else won't do, right? That's the excuse they keep throwing out there. Shit, but that's BS.
Fuck that shit.
What you're supposed to do is pay people.
Yeah.
You pay people. You pay people what they supposed to be getting paid out here.
Wage.
With everything that's going up and increasing, you're supposed to pay people a living wage.
Yeah.
If you can't do it,
damn.
Hey, I don't know what to tell you. But you billionaires and trillionaires and all you people that got all this money, pay people what you're supposed to pay them. Then you would get people that would want to stay and do those type of jobs.
these corporations, like you said, the corporations who are actually the ones who are got a large hand in running these parties, these corporations no longer want to pay the people, what they're actually worth. And then over the COVID period, they seen they pay raises, even probably before the COVID period, they seen they pay go all the way up. Into the millions, where maybe your little bonus was about $3 million or $2 million, and then all of a sudden it's $10-15 million. So you want to keep getting paid on that level. So in order to be able to do that, you need a new class of people to come into America, because us Americans are not going to go for that low wage and browbeating that you want to exert for that little bit of pay. And so there's that.
Yeah, I feel like this is the Hunger Games, man. Like college dorms and high schools and hotels, luxury hotels on top of that. This does not this is not really any America that I've ever lived in or recognized at all. I just really don't get it at all. It's very, very strange. It's very bizarre. This is a bizarre scenario in which the only people that are complaining are the black residents in Chicago. Like, that's what is even more bizarre, that they flooded DC, they're flooding New York, they're flooding Chicago, and there's a bunch of other cities there, as well as all the cities on the border as well. Like, I guess they been gave up a long time ago down there, but it just seems, man. And then if you look at some of them videos of those tent cities they got down there in the fucking wilderness in Texas, up against the border, it's just like, what? Like, damn. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, who? Like,
yeah, it's crazy, dude. It is crazy out here, man. If you live in California, I'm just going to tell you, Black Americans, if you're in California, you might want to be moving quickly as possible. I understand they got the reparations thing going, but once you get that money and get your ass up out of there. I wouldn't stay because they're going to take, just like they got New Mexico, and I'm pretty sure they all up in Arizona. Mm-hmm. And they all over there. I mean, hell, they're gonna take it all over there. Hell, Joe Biden and these Democrats and the Republicans, they're allowing these folks to come on in, and it's like we can't stop them. The border agents they're not trying to stop those guys, because the government is telling them to allow these folks up in here.
So where would the California people run to if it's everywhere?
Yeah, hey, Black, Professor, you said this is like the Hunger Games. What it really is a return to the origin of this country. This country was built on free labor, and they prefer it that way. And like what we're seeing is not really a mistake. It's a concerted effort of both parties, the corporations, and also the intelligence complex. They're allowing illegal immigration because they know what it means. They want it to happen so that it'll drop the overall cost of labor. They want the people from Central and South America to come in. When you were speaking earlier, I was just reminded of something. I used to read WikiLeaks because I'm into geopolitics. And there was one incident of a situation that happened in Haiti where the garment industry workers in Haiti were demanding, and excuse me for butting in just like that, but there was an instance of the garment industry workers in Haiti that worked for Hanes, Fruit of the Looms, and maybe a few other companies were demanding a higher wage. And that wage, what they were making was something like 24 cents an hour. And they were demanding that the Haitian government pass a bill that would raise their income to something like 80 cents an hour.
God dang.
So what the presidents, the CEOs of the garment companies did, Hanes, Fruit of the Looms, they went to the State Department, Obama's State Department, I believe this happened somewhere between 2010 and 2012. So they went to the State Department to request that the U.S. government intervene and stop the Haitian government from passing that bill. And what happened is there ended up being a compromise where the Haitian workers ended up getting a raise from something like 24 cents to the high 30 cents range. And that's interesting because that was an instance of Obama actively intervening in Haiti's politics to actually suppress wages. And the other funny thing that was noted was that the CEO of Haynes made somewhere above $12 million per year. And that salary was higher than all the incomes combined of those Haitian garment workers. And also it was more than what their salaries would have been had they received that intended increase to like the 80 cents range. So it's funny, our government works both domestically and around the world to keep wages suppressed. It's no coincidence that they started to hollow out the Midwest and the industrial capacity of the U.S. and send all the jobs over to Vietnam and then eventually China and other places. That's the way these people that run and direct the economy move. And they don't have our best interests in mind, specifically our people, but they don't have anyone's best interest in mind, and they'll always work against this. I'm done.
Yeah, so what's her name? Marjorie Taylor Greene, she put up articles of impeachment for Biden and a few other Mayorkas. I think it's like a list of about 5 or 6 names. Now, we know that's not going to get through the U.S. House of Representatives, but I'm really curious to see if that goes anywhere in the Senate, because, you know, even though they don't have enough votes to impeach him totally, I just want this guy to hurt. I want to put that, tarnish his legacy, put that on his resume. But understand this, because I'm watching this Nick Fuentes video, and he's talking about the what did he call? There's a really cool term that I like because it's an actual Mexican colonization, which I'm calling it the Hispanification. They call it the Mexification of that area, Southwestern, but Mexican colonization, soft invasion, letting these people come through the border. You know, this, in my opinion, this president should be in a prison cell, period. And anybody that's on the team that's allowing this to occur, they should all be locked the fuck up, like, period. This shit is insane. Some of these videos from the border, you have the Border Patrol putting these people on buses, protecting the fucking illegals. Like you couldn't, even if you wanted to go down there as some militia and you had some militia group and you're like, oh, we're going to secure the border, the federal government ain't even going to let you do that. They're totally fucking complicit in this shit. The matter of fact, the I think it's Border Patrol that's been calling Biden out, saying he's the worst president, he's horrible, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, this is a fucked up situation to be in as a country. This is almost like a rogue presidency that is so anti-American, let alone anti-Black American. I mean, they're all fucking anti-Black American, but this dude is way over the top with even being anti-American, in my opinion, at this point. And it almost seems like there should be some mechanism other than an impeachment to take away this dude's ability to do what he's doing at this point on the border. Because I think we're just way beyond the point of anything that's reasonable for the country as a whole. And then if you remember, so this is so pertinent to this fucking, oh man, this dude, I swear to goodness, this horrible president. He pulled out of Afghanistan. Everybody remembers that. He just up one day, oh, we're leaving Afghanistan, and people are trying to fucking hang on to the plane wheels as the fucking planes are taking off. Well, now we have a declaration of war, likely on the Iran-Afghan border. Afghan, they have been in conflict. This is 4 hours when they posted this video. But all that U.S. military equipment, they learned how to use it, and now they are in a border war with Iran over water. Quite literally, it looks like this is going to be a war over water in the desert between Iran, which is an enemy of the United States, ironically, and the Afghan Taliban that we left all this military weaponry behind with. So when we were talking about these proxy wars earlier in the space, Ukraine, Taiwan, well, as it turns out, Iran supplies Russia with military ammunition, etc., whatever. I think they had some drones from Iran, and so is the U.S. actually backing the Taliban in this particular conflict, and or will they? Likely they will back them because this is U.S. equipment. And so that's likely the only place that the Afghans can go to buy weapons to continue to fight this conflict. You know, the U.S. has been trying to collapse the Iran regime for who knows how long, and there's always this internal. They're always trying to create a situation where they can collapse it from the inside. They've been burning Ayatollah Khomeini pictures recently over the past few months. So here's another conflict that is really right at the feet of Jim Crow Joe. This lands right square in his feet because they got this American equipment, military equipment to fight this war. And this is just another thing to like put on the fucking billboard, or if you're keeping track of all the shit that's going on right now, this is definitely something to, you know, see how this goes. It's fucking gracious, bro. These people just don't get enough. Don't get enough. Don't get enough. Just don't get enough. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, I know. This shit just sucks, man. Let me get to this political information. So earlier I was saying how we likely live in about 25 of these 50 US states and any large populations. Well, as it turns out, Black women tend to be elected in majority Black districts, which is a number of greater than 50%, 2/3 or 75% of Black women, or roughly 75. I guess that's probably more like 67% of Black women who are elected in majority Black districts. And I believe that Black women being elected into these positions, you know, local, state, federal, is very, very important. And it usually happens overwhelmingly in majority Black districts, which is another reason why to concentrate our Black population into Black majority states, because Black women will have the opportunity to win these positions in majority Black populated areas. That's just the way it has worked. This says 22 states have ever elected a Black woman to Congress. So only 22 states. So in other words, what is that? 28 states have never elected a Black woman to Congress. And often, I post this, and I wanted to touch on that because it's the illusion and the delusion that we live in all 50 states. We really don't. Most of our population is probably really majority Texas, California, Florida, New York. Even Detroit is no longer the number one large black population of a city. I think that is now Memphis, Tennessee. Actually took that title away from Detroit recently. So yeah, we tend to live in probably I mean, we got all these southern states in the southeast. We got, like I said, California out west, and then sprinkles of us in Chicago, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York. You know, for the most part, that's essentially where our populations are centered. If we could just concentrate, concentrate, move out of Texas, move out of Florida. I got this whole abandoned post up here. I'll read through these states we really need to abandon. We need to get the hell out of these states. We need to abandon New York, abandon Illinois, abandon Ohio, abandon Pennsylvania, abandon Kentucky, abandon Michigan, abandon New Jersey, abandon Florida, abandon Texas, and yes, abandon California. At some point in time, if Black Americans are going to ever have the capability to be prosperous as a collective, not as individuals. I watched someone sent me this whole video about wealthy Black 1%ers, 2%, 3%, whatever. I think it was like 3% of the population that are millionaires. And the one guy was worth like he was almost a billionaire. An older Black gentleman, lives in New York City. He's got the
you in the Matrix, bro.
Fuck. Damn it.
Just that quick. Man.
Damn it, man. What the mother? I'm frustrated. I'm so frustrated with this fucking bullshit. Oh, I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated.
Okay, man, let's all pour Black majority phone. I know, right?
I'm so
I got 5 on the nigga shit.
Yeah, we all got to put 5 on it, man. Put 5 on it.
You know what I'm saying? We can't wait to Black Friday. You know what I'm saying? We need this damn phone, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. Shit. Damn, so we can't wait on reparations, man. We're gonna get on that. Shit.
Hold up, Marco. I'm trying to bring you up.
Yeah,
hold on to the space. Oh no, we had damn.
Yeah, I got him up here. You know it ain't the phone. It's the tag. They got this account flag tagged and fucking.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah,
man.
That too. There you go.
Yeah,
No
I was
question.
just about to say it's probably more the IP address than it is the phone.
Man, it ain't the phone, bro. Trust me on that. Yeah,
hey, Black, you know what? I wanted to say, Black DJ, I wanted to say that I don't want to totally abandon Chicago and New York City. You know, keep a small
contingency,
enclave, and keep
a
enclave in Chicago,
case.
Detroit, Cleveland, New York,
an outpost,
Dallas, LA. A small enclave. I mean, we don't need 3 million people in California. But they keep a small enclave there. So if we need to go to LA for business, we got Black people there that we can deal with.
Yeah. You want some outposts, some check, some ability for people to, I guess. And oh man, so I hear what you're saying. I know, and everybody's not going. We know it's not 100% of the people are not going to move. So it is what it is.
Right.
I just put it out there for people, so when the shit gets really, really bad, they can never say that the advice that I was given wasn't like solid advice. I'm giving you the best possible advice I can possibly give. And you just kind of gotta live with it, based on whatever you want to do. Do what you do. People do what they want to do, man. I don't fucking know. Shit. Holy shit.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna try to talk again for a little bit. So I have a picture up here. This is Fred Hampton Jr. He's standing over his father's gravestone, and just like the Emmett Till marker, they shoot this gravestone up, I guess, on a regular fucking basis. Um, and it's just utterly, literally disgusting. This meme says it's done by police officers. I don't know if how they would know that necessarily, but I mean, I'm just looking at this thing, man. This is like target practice. There's got to be 50 shots taken at this tombstone. Um, you know, man, like, if this was my father, my God, I couldn't even imagine. I would take him out of that cemetery and put him somewhere safe where nobody knew where he was, essentially. um Man, that's just so fucking insane. And again, so this tells you that these people, even in death, they their psychopathic minds want to still cause you bodily harm, even in death. And there's no negotiating with that. There's no coming to the table and writing policy that is beneficial to Black Americans with people who have that level of hatred for Black America.
Hey, Black, do you think anybody in the room knows how long Fred Hampton has been in the Black Panther Party before he died? But, he was only 21, so
Okay.
I don't think he was in the party more than 1 year, maybe 2.
Yeah, that's probably true for. I mean, how long did the party from inception to where they kind of disbanded? Was that even a decade?
I say 66, 67 to maybe 78, maybe even 1980.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I say about 10, 12 years.
Okay. And what part of that would have been like the most active part of it? I mean, that had to be just a couple summers.
67 to 76.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, well, that's interesting. If they had that type of a run, because I know Huey was locked up for a portion of it, and then you had like people who had to leave, who had to hijack planes and leave the country in order to escape whatever they were doing, and then they were, setting up scenarios where they could basically execute members in their clubhouses and their homes and everything like that. So man, that's just very, very very, very sad. Very, very sad.
Yeah, you very close, Black American Homeland. It actually went to about 82, so they last about 16 years.
Okay.
So they were there in Gary, Indiana, when that national everybody get together thing happened, national convention.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, man, they had expanded into so many cities, man, during that time frame. But of course, the government found a way to shut them down, no matter where they was at. Because let's be honest, the FBI was still using that what they call that, the COINTEL. Even after that no good ass J. Edgar Hoover had died, they still were using that COINTEL to get rid of a lot of our Black leaders and Black organizations.
So I'm looking at some of these videos from the Iran thing, and I gotta be honest with you, man. These Afghani people, they fought how many years against the Russians? How many years against the U.S.? I think they even fought the British somewhere in between there. And these motherfuckers be running to war, man. Like, it's like, for what it's worth, man, they're just built a little bit differently over there. Like, I mean, these motherfuckers is on mopeds headed to the border to get into a conflict. Like, I just wish that we had, because for everybody on this app who talks about going to war with the US and separating from me and all that shit, I don't see that type of energy. I hear people talk about it, but I just never see this I'm running to the fire energy. Really, really, really. I know in the 70s, late 60s, 70s, that's where our mindset was. But it seems like that's either it's been indoctrinated out of us, it's been bred out of us. I don't know what the issue is, because if we had that level of energy in these situations, shout out to the FBA Expo down there in I think somewhere in Texas. I'm seeing some pictures, and they're beautiful pictures because there are people down there, community and celebrating and being educated and everything else that's going on. So shout out to everybody who made it. A matter of fact, I see our FBA Empress made it down there, and a few other people that I recognize. So shout out to everybody who was able to make it down there. But at the same time, I'm saying when um, the gentleman, Mr. Neely, is executed in public, how awesome would it be for 10,000 Black Americans or 100,000 Black Americans to show up and essentially say, we're not leaving until we get justice. We're not going anywhere. We're here. We're not moving. You cannot move us. In every one of these situations. I don't think it's apathy. I think we're too comfortable. That's for damn sure. But I just don't understand it on the level that it seems like we should be doing something very, very different than what we're doing. I know that we talk about it. We do have some success with these online initiatives, which is actually really good. But some of it, I think, requires a little bit more than that. Some face to face personal, us showing up, really, really showing up in large numbers at some of these fires. I wish we could show up to every single one of them, but I know that's not possible. Um, but yeah, I don't know. When I see these people, I mean, literally, they got on flip flops and mopeds and rocket launchers on their shoulders, and I'm just thinking, like, damn, man, like, you know what I mean?
It's like, how many of them mugs in their country? Like 1 billion of them?
Oh, the
Afghanistan?
Afghan? No, it's not that many. Not in Afghanistan.
There's less than, I think their population is less than 15 million.
Yeah, it's not that many. Right.
It's not big there.
Oh, okay. They just got a different type of swag about them. Then I was thinking maybe it's because they got so many of them in numbers that they do or die out there till,
Well, it's their terrain. The country is mostly desert and it's very mountainous. So it's easy for them to hide. They said Afghanistan one of the hardest places to have a war.
Yeah, and when you living in those type of conditions, it's sort of how we was when we came out of a certain period of time, and we had that fight, that hunger to want to get to a better place. So I don't know what the living conditions is there, but maybe they've always just had that hunger to want to get better. And then when you look at it, the United States stay in their country messing around. The West, I'll say the West, because it's multiple countries that stay over there fooling around, making their lives harder than it already is. So they're going to stay stay ready, to fight like that. Whereas here, we've seen a lot of our Black leaders get assassinated, go through the COINTELPRO stuff. So when I think about why we don't have somebody that's emerging as that Black leader, people, I wonder if they're scared. because they know that when you step into that zone, when you take on that cloak, when people start calling you the leader, of the black folks here,
oh God,
you're going to have a lot of heat come your way.
Get blamed,
and I don't think there's nobody that's ready to take on that type of heat, because I guess those who were closest to the Malcolms, the Martins, and the rest of those who were leaders in their own right, know the difficulties that they face, not only just them for their personal, but their families as well. Your families get targeted, besides just yourself. So I think that a lot of people are scared to rise up to that position, and maybe we move past that point. And so, Black, like you were saying, what we have to do is, as a collective group of people, when these things show up, when these things happen, we have to show up as a whole force, as a whole group. And I guess we really would have to hide who the mastermind behind some of those things is in order to protect that person, because our leaders have never really been protected. Once you become the face of something, it's going to be hard for you to be protected, unless, of course, you got a whole military type thing around you, like Louis Farrakhan does, So I don't know, but I think that we can do it. We just have to feel the fire enough to want to do it. We have to, be reminded, I guess, in some way what it's going to take to get us to where we need to be. In every state, there's enough Black people in every state, when something go down, for everybody to come from wherever they're at and show up and show out. But people rather take, people have taken the wrong pill.
Damn it.
Yeah. If I can say something, I just want to say that the sister has her finger exactly on the issue. From the way I look at it, I believe that this country is extremely socially manipulated. I know when people come from other countries, they're surprised how uniform most of our opinions are from East Coast to West Coast. It's like we all succumb to media manipulation without even realizing it, where our culture from one end of the country to the other are not exactly similar, but we all have similar opinions on the same issues. And that's almost unheard of in other countries, where like from 50-mile radius to a 50-mile radius, different types of cultures pop up, and they have different forms of doing things and looking at things. But the U.S. is almost the same from one end to the other. I want to say something about the Afghanistan situation. It reminded me of how when Britain left India, they created that schism.
It say it's live.
Also,
it's live. I got
the Europeans are masters.
2 hours. I got 4 people in here.
In Afghanistan, if people aren't too familiar with that history, the U.S. intelligence has always been there. They're the ones that got rid of the former Afghan monarchy or government, and which forced the Soviets to come in. And when the Soviets came in, they saw that as a way to slowly
that's why
train and neutralize the Soviets. And they actually trained everyone knows the Mujahideen, Osama bin Laden, and the people that they were later come in to overthrow themselves.
Damn it.
And they've pretty much always been there. And they've used Afghanistan
to
that's probably to further their interests. And I wonder when they pulled out now, if those weapons were left there intentionally, so they could use that as a wedge or something to, go against Iran.
I don't even know why they give you that option. It shouldn't be automatically made for kids. That's
so, I'm always
that shouldn't even be an option unless you want it to be. Yeah, 18 and up. I don't care. Whatever. Okay. You still cooking, Muffet?
Yeah, I lost it for a second. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm always untrusting of like how the news presents information, because I know what this government has done, other Western governments have done, and I know what they're capable of.
How about now?
And
how about now? If you can see me, because I don't have it.
The sister Trouble mentioned COINTELPRO, and they've had a constant attack on our people and our culture as well. So, from region to region, there's Black people, Black Americans that's fighting for justice, that's speaking up. You'll never see these things aired out on TV. They're there at any given state, any given city you go to. We are doing all we can to fight for each other, to bring out social issues, but they're never going to let one person who's not on code or on their page be put forward, like Malcolm X was, or Dr. Martin Luther King was. Thankfully, with social media, we can reach out to each other and connect with each other. And I would say it's up to us to be the ones that step forward, because our minds aren't manipulated to that level by media like some others might be. So I would say, like, right now, we're the ones that are blessed enough to be in that position, and we will move forward, and we will make a difference. I'm done.
Okay. Let me see if I can get back here. Okay. Yeah, so I want to read this story because it's coming down as I'm going up this timeline. This is another freaking Mississippi story. Clarksdale, Mississippi. 15-year-old black kid killed by former police officer who caught teen at home with his daughter. This is a young black male, 15 years old. I guess we could all assume that the cop is white. I don't know. It's hard to really, because they don't have a picture of the person who shot and killed this young man. Shot him in his back climbing over his fence. It says that the daughter allowed him into the home through a bedroom window, which is like normal teenage behavior.
Hey, bro, you're in the Matrix. Keep it real, bro. You in the Matrix, my G. You know what I'm saying? God damn.
All right. Okay, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to do this then. I'm gonna have to switch over to this other fucking I'm gonna have to come in here with this social app. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna do what we have to do, man. We're gonna have to come in under social, and then I'm gonna have to deal with that shit, under that shit, with that shit. With the brat shit.
Yeah, everybody share the room out. You already know, get in the Jumbotron, retweet the information up there real quick. Reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com. Come up on social, y'all. And we ain't seen nobody make no accounts tonight on social. Let's go, man. Could be trying to get off this damn network. You see how it's doing us right now, you know what I mean? SOXCIAL.com, SOXCIAL.com. You already know what time it is. Come up on reparationsagain2023.com, and you'll see the RSVP for you to sign up. Hotel. You need to get a bus down there for the trip. It's all there. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need volunteers. Donate to the
Yeah, we need GoFundMe like a motherfucker. We definitely need GoFundMe. Okay, I'm gonna try to talk on the social account and see if that does any better. Yeah, shout out to the reparations rally, Juneteenth rally. We definitely need GoFundMe. I believe the goal was 5,000, and we are just over 1,200. So we're getting closer. We're inching, getting closer and closer and closer. Definitely need to secure the DJ with the equipment, with the sound, the microphone, and then have people show up at the National Monument on stage. I believe that is a Sunday. So, and I think that's the day before the actual Juneteenth holiday, the 18th. So I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there that Saturday. Miss Rella has a tour that's going to be starts at the African American Museum, and then I believe it's a bus tour for a few hours after that, and then people are going to decide you know, if they want to go out and get drinks or go out and get dinner together or whatever the case may be. And then the next day is supposed to be the rally at the monument with the music, DJ, a few speakers, and then I think earlier in the day someone was planning to visit some grave sites and put flags down or something like that. And then afterwards, if we can all coordinate it, FBA Empress has a DC tour that she does, and so we kind of all want to jump on that as well. So just to make it like a you know fulfilling 2 day event down there in the DC area. So definitely pitch in whatever you can, $10, $20 to the GoFundMe. That's the first in Jumbotron. There's a link in that post for that. Oh my God, yeah. So I was talking about this 15-year-old black child that was gunned down, shot in the back by um, the post as a race soldier. So it looks like this was a white former police officer, and it says that he had told the black child to stop, you know, dating his daughter or stay away from his daughter, whatever, blah blah blah. Um, but yeah, man, ended up shooting this kid in the back. Um, told the police that he broke into his home, which they know is a lie because the family knew that you know they were dating as teenagers or whatever it was. So this is a whole fucked up situation. It's just a tragedy. Can't even imagine what the family would be going through in this situation. This dude's like, to me, this is a situation where you just go automatic death penalty. You admitted to shooting this guy. You claim some fucking weird ass self defense, even though you shot him in the back. He's a kid, and I just would want a speedy trial. You know, I just want this guy to be fucking buried under the ground as quickly as possible. Just a tragedy.
What did the daughter say? Did the daughter make a statement?
Not in this report. Knowing that they're minors, um, I don't necessarily expect there to be like a, you know, a picture of the daughter even, or a report from a minor, but um, you know, knowing that the father.
She said the right word. She said the right words. Her father is off the hook.
Well, I don't know if that necessarily, because even still, there would be text messages. There would be there would be enough of a paper trail to establish the fact that he was in a relationship with this girl. So, yeah.
Well, a relationship, but I mean, my daughter's in a relationship, but I wouldn't think she's in a sexual relationship.
What? Hold on.
Did they say anything about sex in a relationship, Black?
No, the mother, because there's another report. So the mother said that this was his girlfriend. Let's see here. Let me get to that part. Yeah, it says Rash, who is the mother, said that the man was upset that her son had been in a mutual relationship with his daughter. Rash said the former officer warned the teen previously not to visit her at his home. She said the former officer's daughter let the teen boy into the family's home through a bedroom window. When he discovered that the young black man was at his house visiting his daughter on a Monday, he attempted to run away, but the man fired a shot that struck him in his back as he was climbing the property's fence. Okay, so here's the name of the officer. It says, through property records and social media, Fox independently confirmed the former officer as Andrew Bankhead. Clarksdale police said he once worked for his department. Police said Bankhead said he shot the teen after he tried to break into his home. Initial reports indicate the teen may have been on Bankhead's property when he was shot. But there's two things you've already established that the mother is saying they were in a mutual relationship. The mother is saying that the police former guy said warned him not to date his daughter. Essentially, um, there's another story, another version of it. They talk about who Andrew Bankhead is, who the cop is in this story. Um,
Hey, look, he can easily say that he didn't know who that person was. He thought he was an intruder.
oh damn! So here we go. See, no, here we go. Now, this is so. Oh God, Mississippi, what's going on down there? So this is not a image of a white man, and this is why we gotta. Yeah, this is in Mississippi. This is not a white man. This is a black man who is the former police officer. I'm looking at a picture of him, Andrew Bankhead, aka Prince Hamad. Um, they're saying we have a federal fugitive that killed a kid in Clarksdale that's on the loose. This outlaw should be considered armed and dangerous. He may be tied to known terrorist groups. What the fuck is going on in this story? They're saying there's a reward for information leading to his arrest. I don't know what the hell is going on in this story.
Damn, Black Majority, this seems like there's a lot of angles in that story, man.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, Black, look, like if I find a young man in my house and I told him never to come to my house again, and he's sleeping with my daughter, I probably wouldn't kill him, but I would beat the shit out of him.
Or what about your daughter who let him in?
Exactly, don't let him in.
She didn't want him there.
Well, see, I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
But you should.
Huh?
I said, but you should. Because, yeah, you told the young man he couldn't come to your house. But your daughter let him into the house. So there's no accountability for her, but you could beat the young man's ass. But the daughter was the one who let him in. So
yeah,
you know,
right.
That's like when a man and a woman get into it, and he done beat her ass a couple of times, and then she runs to her family members to get him to whoop his ass, even though she knows she's gonna go back to him.
Hey, Black America Homeland, imagine if somebody's father did that to you when you snuck over a girl house at 16. You know what I'm saying? Whooped your ass and shit, yo. Even though he told you not to come back, you still did it. You know what I mean? Thinking with your small head, not your big one, you know what I mean? Well,
Hey, so I'm still on a quick investigation and death penalty for this guy. He shot this kid in the back. I don't care. You know, it certainly was much more angering thinking it was a white guy, but I really am about protecting children, elders, and women to a point. You know, there's like, because adult women sometimes can exacerbate certain situations. However, children, elders, off limits in my opinion. And he shot this kid in the back. That's coward shit. He's a cop. He had to have some type of physical training, whatever the case may be. And I just, yeah, I'd want to see this guy quickly, um, in the ground. That's just me. That's just the way I feel about that situation. Chase, you got it.
What's up, family? Peace to everybody in the space tonight. I'm coming in hot, but I studied this case and everything like that. It's not on the daughter. Everything falls back to the man, the father, and everything. Number one, you shouldn't be shooting the kid in the back.
and facing everything onward. You should have just beat his ass. Your daughter should be terrified about letting somebody into your house because your rules are your rules. After that, you violate those rules and everything like that. I'm gonna go ahead and do something to you, but not to that extent to where you have to shoot somebody when they're retreating. There's not no honor in messing somebody up when they're retreating. I learned on that.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's cowardly in every way, shape, and form. Not only that, he's got the higher standard as a former law enforcement. I don't know what caused him to lose his position, and I don't know what this terrorist thing, whatever that's about. I mean, that's something else to look into. But certainly, he's trained. He's a marksman, and yeah, I mean that kid was not a threat if he's leaving.
You can be a marksman and everything like that, but if you're not a man, see, because once a man lays down the laws, look, you're not welcome at my house anymore. There's no violating those rules. So the sister said, well, we need to hold the daughter accountable. Yeah, but once I lay down the rules, the law, that's it. That's the law. This man is not to come to my house anymore. If you want to see him, then you need to see him outside these confines. And I mean, you can say he's a man, officer, whatever, and he's got trained. Man, that doesn't matter. It all falls back to being a man. You're a man before you anything else. Before you put on a badge or you put on a uniform or whatever, you're a man first before you put all that on. And you're dealing with people like this. That just shows your cowardice. You got to shoot a kid in the back. You can't beat somebody up. Man, come on, bro. I land my plane.
Hey, Black, look, they have a law here in Southeast Asia. If the husband finds the wife in bed with another man, and then the husband, out of crime of passion, right? He kills the wife and the man. The husband will not be prosecuted. They have laws like that here.
Thank God we ain't in these states. Thank God we ain't in these states.
Yeah, I think y'all better all trying to get people to move over to Delaware. They're not going to Southeast Asia.
I'm just saying, this is what kind of male-dominated society this is. Africa's like that, Middle East is like that, India's like that, Afghanistan.
Let me say this, Black America homeland. The reason why we're like that, because these sisters 9 times out of 10 got a brother that you just don't want to deal with if you ever put your hands on. You know what I'm saying? So that's another reason why we so discerning. So, we ain't putting our hands on no Black American woman, and then we got to deal with her. You know what I'm saying? She know how to fight. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, I gotta fight you with your brother. Damn, son.
America's a first world country. That's why
that black woman has earned every right to say whatever she wants to say and to do whatever she wants to do, just like we do here in America. We still here. And, and I think that does us a disservice to discount sisters' voices. She can fight right alongside us. Just she earned every right because she went through that same experience just like we went through. And I think brothers are forgetting that. That black woman been through everything that we fucking went through.
Hey, look, and I say this just to say this, Black American Homeland, only because I saw earlier, and not to be funny or anything about it, because this shit make me mad. You know what I'm saying? I got 3 sisters. I'm the baby of the family. And trust me, I done smacked a lot of their boyfriends up all day. You know what I'm saying? Word up. That's why I'm the black sheep of the family too as well. You know what I'm saying? So, with that being said, I saw earlier today, I don't know if y'all saw it, but hopefully some of y'all just did. You know what I mean? About them, I don't know if y'all saw them dudes over in Africa, I'm not sure specifically where, was beating on these Muslims, young Muslim sisters, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Man,
I saw that.
Man, fuck the strap, man. I'm just going there and bare knuckle them. You know, just bare knuckle them up. You know what I'm saying? Word up. Word up. I'm going to maim you and shit, so that way you just don't walk no more and shit. You know what I mean? Word up, man. So it's like, it's a difference, Black America Homeland, how we moving out here and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those videos over on that continent where they just be hamming them women. I mean, just like whooping them like a child. I done seen homie pull off a belt. I done seen somebody with a stick, a switch or something. They be getting their hands
what is the one thing,
like a child.
Trouble, Sister Trouble, what is the one thing you always recognize in that video? The sisters that they do it to, I'm just going to give you the answer. The sisters that they do it to are the sisters that aren't protected. These people, the only reason why they do oppression to us is because they can do it. If brothers and sisters aren't walking out there without protection, then, I mean, you can expect shit like this to happen. You know, but, you know, if the sisters got the brothers out there and the brothers is holding down the sisters, man, you ain't about to let that shit happen. You remember, I revert y'all back to that video. You remember that dude that had the little short arms and everything like that? He was at the little turnstile up in New York, and he called the black woman sister. Brother came and kicked his ass over. Yeah, that's how that shit is always supposed to go down. You know, the only reason why these people do these type of things to us is because we're soft targets or we make ourselves available as targets. But when you take that element out of it, man, these people don't do anything like that to us.
Hey, that's why I tell the women in my family, don't call me unless you want me to beat this nigga up like that. Don't call me, man. Y'all are having just a basic argument. Don't call me for that shit. You know what I'm saying? If they ain't put his hands on you, I don't want to hear what the fuck happened. You know what I'm saying? That's on you. Break up with the nigga. You know what I'm saying? And get your fucking gun license. Pop the nigga. I'll come bail you out. We go to IHOP. That's what I keep telling y'all. Y'all want me with y'all hard asses. You know what I'm saying?
Not the big IHOPs like this mug. Like,
that's the safest pancake place other than Denny's. You got a Denny's down there by you?
yeah.
Cause you know the Waffle House, you know, nigga knocking might get shot just trying to get some service shit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, y'all start making that shit for yourselves. Y'all start making that stuff for yourselves because these people that are at the Waffle Houses and stuff like that, they're using stuff that is old. Stop letting these people feed y'all. Make that shit yourselves. It ain't nothing for you to make some pancake batter.
Exactly, and not only stuff that's old, but things that have all types of chemicals in them and preservatives in them that'll kill us if we eat it for a long time. Can I back up for a moment? I just wanted to go over something having to do with the rally and the tour that happens the day before. If everyone's okay with that.
Please, go ahead.
All right, I'm looking at Sister Ella's page on Eventbrite, and it gives information on the tour. She has the Smithsonian tour scheduled starting at 11 a.m. that Saturday, and it's scheduled to go from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. The next leg of the tour is the Frederick Douglass tour, and it goes from 4 p.m. It starts at 4 p.m. and goes to 7 p.m. And then afterward, there's a dinner scheduled from 8:30 to 11 p.m. And that's, I guess that involves the Black History Museum. It doesn't say exactly what, but there's the first part is the Smithsonian from 11 to 1. And the next part is the Frederick Douglass tour from 4 to 11. I just wanted to remind everyone, and if anyone wasn't aware, I had also scheduled a conference hall where we could meet and have a discussion, and that would be from 12 to 3. So I can try to get in touch with Rella and coordinate with her if anyone's interested. Maybe I can also have catering come so we can have a lunch there. But after the Smithsonian leg of the tour ends at 1, you still have from 1 to 3 where the conference space is available if anyone is interested. And I think it all coordinates pretty well. I had rented the conference space so that we could all meet, network, and have a quiet place where we could discuss our ideas and also organize. So there's plenty of time to try to plan and coordinate this. But if anyone didn't know the details of the tour, those are the details. I'm looking at the Eventbrite page, which was accessed from a link on social. And I would also ask everyone to consider in between the first part of the tour and the second part of the tour for us to meet at the conference space. And depending on how many people are interested, I could schedule catering service with them so we can have lunch. That's all.
That sounds like a fire plan, Muffet. I forgot to mention that, but yeah, that's what's up.
Thank you.
That's something that we definitely need to do, is to meet in person and be able to finally talk off of the app. There's a lot of things that need to be discussed that can't really or shouldn't really be discussed on app, especially when it comes to organizing. So hopefully we have a lot of Black families show up and make that meeting.
Hey, Martha, but won't you just go up on the social and that post and just write there, you know, and you can hit Rella in the DM right there. She gonna answer it. She got the app on her phone. You know what I'm saying? And social, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I'll do that later today. I'm going to turn it in for the night. I just want to tell everyone good night.
Hey, a quick message to her before you go to sleep was surprise, because, hey, man, ain't no time like the present time. You feel me?
Mm.
Yeah, that's right.
Muffet said he tired. He said he'll do it tomorrow. He'll do it tomorrow.
Fuck your damn act, you know what I'm saying? I'm tired, working on the plantation every night and day, you know what I mean?
Good night, Muffet. Have a good rest.
Good night, bro.
Okay, we got Kapura.
What up, bro?
What good with the fam? Yeah, the best thing I can say on this situation in Clarksdale is like what they ain't putting in the articles is it's a lot going on in Clarksdale. You feel me? So like I ain't gonna speak too much on it, but like, you know, the way I see it, man, like you talking about an area where niggas, you know, little guys, you know, they toting scraps, you know, people into it, you know, it's a smaller town, so, you know, the police and whatnot, they ain't got all the resources that you have in the city. They ain't got time to be investigating. Niggas actually pull up on the police, like, they ain't show y'all the video where they whole little hood, you know what I'm saying? They pull up on the police station. You feel me? Like, they ain't showing all that, but what y'all gotta realize is it two sides to it. You feel me? Like, if I'm a young guy, you know, I know through the past week, about 10 people that got killed, then I'm gonna be walking around with my scrap on me. I know this girl, I really like her, you know, but her dad a police officer. I don't know if he don't stand by it now or whatever, but I'm gonna still go see her because, you know, that's what we do when we young. You know, we take stupid risks. So you go over there. And I ain't saying he was scrap, but if it were me, I would have been, you know, even at 15, because that's just how it is down there. And that's what y'all got to realize. Like, when you amongst your people and everybody in poverty, everybody, you know, it ain't this happy place that people think of when they think of the country and they think of coming to their roots. It's always confrontation because people ain't got nothing. So, you know, if I'm the young guy, I go over here. You know, ain't no telling if the girl wanted him there or not. You know, we don't know. We can't say. So we, you know, shouldn't speculate too much on it. You know what I'm saying? But say if she did, then he went over there. The dad to find out. You know, if I'm the father, I'm a former police officer. I know like 10 people just got killed. I'm in the town or area where people will pull up on the police. Like they don't tell y'all that. Like you got police officers getting killed out throughout Mississippi and Memphis. So it ain't no easy job for the so-called black police officer down south, because people don't care about what you wearing. You know what I'm saying? So you like, okay, well, my daughter, she got this young guy, you know, maybe they done put a hit out on me, you know, I don't know if he a part of something or not. You feel me? So I tell him to get on down, you know, maybe it look like he got something, maybe it look like, you know, he running away, but I don't know, he might turn around, I don't know. You feel me? So maybe, you know, maybe that's what happened. And, you know, it's a lot happened after that, because that happened a couple of days ago, you feel me? But, you know, y'all just, you know, go on Facebook, man, research them local people in Clarksdale, and that's where you get your true information from. And, you know, that's all I want to say on it.
Yeah, man. Wow, that's man. I was that age at one point, and I kind of did live in that realm. Um, it's just a tragedy all the way around. Still, as the adult, as the former police officer, that guy has he holds all the blame. Um, and I don't know how they charge people down there. I don't know how much time they give people down there, but whatever it is, he needs to get the maximum. Um, yeah, that's about it. You know anything about this terrorist organization they saying he might be connected to?
Man, ain't no terrorist organization going on down there. The best way I can say is, man, sometimes we can't necessarily just look at the story for how they present it. You know what I'm saying? It's unfortunate that young brother was lost, but, you know, I have personally seen situations where, you know, some of these older guys manipulate these young guys, and they end up doing shit and, you know, spending the rest of their life in prison, getting out of prison when they, you know, 40, 50 years old, going in when they, you know, 13, 14, 15. Like, you know, the best thing I can tell people to do is do their research on the area. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying the police is right, but I'm saying, you know, the area and the time and what's going on, not necessarily just in Clarksdale, but all throughout Mississippi. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a reason why them white folks did what they did in Jackson with their little loud. You know what I'm saying? Like, which I call it Armageddon around here. And, you know, it's going to take more than politics to fix what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. So that came from a Facebook page. It wasn't a news report. That's why I was like, maybe there was something to it. I don't know if it's like, because you know how sometimes.
Can I add something to that if you don't mind?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, so that term that they're coming up with, that terrorist organization, if y'all go back and take that dive into what has been happening in Mexico with the advent of Lindsey Graham, when they passed that participant in terrorist organization, whole thing, it started with Lindsey Graham, and it was pretty much based on the United States invading, or I'm sorry, not invading, the United States taking preemptive strikes on the cartel in Mexico. Okay, that hasn't been done before, and then, you know, after they did that, they started talking about, well, you know, this might affect the commerce and everything like that. And that's where that term, terrorist organization, was, had some real significance into it. So, I would like, y'all get a chance to go ahead and take a look into that and, what had happened and everything like that with Mexico and with what Lindsey Graham was doing. That's why you had this terrorist organization stuff popping up and everything like that. And, now they're saying that it can affect, just our whole economy or our whole marketplace through different angles and everything like that. So that's where that came from. So I asked y'all to go look into that.
Okay, for sure. Man, I gotta push the pause button on this whole situation because, oh my God, yeah, we gotta figure out who this Andre Bankhead. Now I know Bankhead tends to be a name that does kind of float in our community like that. Craighead, Bankhead, shit like that, but that is a Facebook post, and they're not always super reliable like that. Small town. I wonder if he was a former officer, it's not likely to be on any website or anything like that. Damn it, man.
Well, brother, that name Bankhead has a lot of history here in the state of Georgia and, throughout the South and everything like that. It carries a lot of weight.
Yeah.
So, when you're looking into going into that deep dive and everything like that, you have to see what the significance of what the Bankheads played out there. Where did this guy come from? Having that name Bankhead anyway, if you're a white person, you own some slaves, and if you was a black person, you was on that plantation.
Yeah. Wow. See.
I mean, ain't too many white people.
When you have the black ones and everything, the Bankhead here, that's up here, the Bankhead Highway, and that community and all that was named up in here, that was named after a white guy. So that there was some black people on that plantation. So that name's run deep in our history, brother. That's all I'm saying. The Bankhead, that name run deep in our history.
Yeah, I mean, in the Delta, the names they got different meanings. The Bankhead, I mean, like they'll be from the close to the Mississippi River, like Bolivar County, Coahoma County, Sunflower County, Washington County, like them Indian names. Like what going on right here, it ain't got nothing to do with what they trying to connect it to nationally. Like this is purely like a local matter, and if it weren't for the mama doing what she was doing, it probably would go unheard of like a lot of other situations because media not necessarily a big thing in the Mississippi Delta. Like this ain't one of the regions you think of when you thinking of like Chicago or Los Angeles, one of them type of areas. It's very closed off and secluded and private. And a lot of times they put out dealer articles and unless you know people down there, you done been like I'm from this area. I done been in Clarksdale. I know people down there, but that ain't necessarily my business to get into what they got going on over there right now because of what's going on. You still got to factor in the streets, and that's what I think a lot of people, when they discuss some politics about what we can and can't do, they leave that part out. You feel me?
I agree with you, brother. But this Mississippi, Man, Mississippi is a whole nother boy. You know, Mississippi is a whole nother chapter of the beast.
I mean, in certain areas, but like the Delta, like niggas, they run everything. Like it ain't the politicians. It's not the politicians. Feel me? You know, he could have. You know, somebody could have. You know, set this police up. You know what I'm saying? By doing it, knowing he'll react that way. You just never know. You feel me? It's levels to it. Ain't you know? A lot of secret shit going on. You just unless you're trying to, you know, like what I do, I still got to move out there and maneuver and, you know, do shit like you can't just discuss and just jump in the water without knowing the proper facts. And, you know, unless you got people down there, you ain't going to necessarily know exactly what's what, you feel me? Because it's in the hands of the FBI now, so it really ain't nothing nobody can really do but, you know, distance themselves from it because, you know, ain't nothing, you know, the police, you going to get out for it just by how they presented the story. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. They're not gonna arrest their officer or former officer because he might be plugged in, you know, and that's just how it go. And you know, if that young brother, you know, that got killed, if his people connected into other things too, then it ain't gonna matter if the police officer plugged in. So you know, the best thing I can do is say, man, like, you know, the people they should do some fundraisers or something for their young brother family. You know what I'm saying? I might can connect y'all to some people in Clarksdale to get something like that going. But if a motherfucker ain't finna really just pull up an eyelid, you know, it ain't even no need for them to talk about it because they not already did. They pull up, you know what I'm saying? This just something that's just getting out there.
Man. Man, that's terrible. I mean, wow, man. I hear what you're saying. It's like the killing fields, and it's like, damn, motherfuckers just roll on, keep rolling on. It is what it is, and all of that, and that, man, that's like probably the saddest part of all of it. In some of these areas, I had a 15-year-old cousin, my aunt's great. I want to say it was her grandson. Was shot and killed at a high school here recently, and I never met the kid. You know, that's the other thing, man. I swear to God, my family, there's so many parts and so many unknowns that never got the chance to meet this kid, and he going to a school in the city, and you know, ended up having his life taken away here. I guess this was on Wednesday.
Hey, brother. So this wasn't a first time thing, right? The brother had prior warning before that, right? While he was messing with this man's daughter?
Yeah, that's what the article said. The mother said that the ex cop told him to stay away from his daughter, or he didn't want them dating at his house. And I think she really pointed out the fact that he.
But that's entirely on him.
Yeah.
Once you've been fair warned, there's no reason for you to come back over there. I'm gonna ask all y'all brothers. You got a daughter. Y'all got daughters.
Hey, I'll tell you a story right now, yo. Real shit, Chase. Yeah. My girl, man, you know, teen love, you know how that shit is. Come on over, stay over. Man, it was one night, then it turned a couple, the next thing you know, I'm staying over there for weeks at a time. Parents right next door. Don't even know. You feel what I'm saying? Man, one day a pops came home, I hid in the closet, man. I could have sworn this motherfucker knew I was dead, but it's like, I don't know. That shit could have turned ugly. You feel what I'm saying? Real shit, you know what I'm saying? Real rap. Then there was another time I remember I skipped school, you know what I'm saying? Went over to this one chick's house with my same girl I was dating at the time, was one of our classmates and shit. We all skipped school and shit, stayed at our house, man. Her mom came home. Oh man, yo, never heard of it. That could have turned ugly. White woman too, because I was at a white chick house and shit, know what I mean? You know, the classmate was a white girl and shit, know what I mean? So it's like, damn, shit, know what I mean? Could have had some moments, man. So it's like, damn, I'll be damn if a nigga bugged me for that. Like, but that could be what it is and shit, know what I mean? I remember when Tom just not, as you know,
you should have got what you get messing with them white girls.
I'm in New Jersey, nigga, so that shit didn't come back then. You know what I mean?
So that shit count all the time, back then and now. And in the future.
Y'all gotta stop doing that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I'm only telling my life experience, bro. Don't knock on me for that. You know what I mean?
I feel that. I understand that. But you ain't got no business messing with the white girls.
Again, life experience, bro. And again, nobody telling anybody who to love. You know what I'm saying? That's the argument, bro. You know what I mean?
Man, that ain't got nothing to do with love. That's all lust, bro. You ain't trying to get nothing to get your feet wet.
Call it what you want. We post segregation.
That's all that is. That ain't nothing segregation.
We talking about post segregation here, bro. Not something that just happened back in that day. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
I don't know, DJ. You shouldn't have told nobody that story.
I'm from New Jersey. I don't dated every race up.
I'm from New Jersey too. I'm from Jersey too. You forget I'm from Camden.
Camden don't count. That's not New Jersey.
We ain't messing with no white girls, bro.
South Jersey is not New Jersey, y'all. Only part of New Jersey that counts.
Wow, see, and that's where y'all get it messed up. That's where y'all get it
access remain an issue. During a public event in Marshall Shadeland, helping connect Pittsburgh residents and department leaders to address service requests, Mayor Ed Gainey took questions about the violent day the city experienced.
Common denominator, all this is gun.
I said y'all get in the middle of the street and go ahead and fight about it. Let's see.
If you flood the streets with guns, what did you think the return was going to be?
In the deadly shooting at Oliver Citywide Academy, both the victim and the suspect were just 15 years old. On the subject of youth gun violence, the mayor says that his administration is going to continue doing its part to address it and keep kids engaged in nonviolent activities.
We created a youth civic engagement.
County is in New Jersey. I mean, Essex County, I'm born and raised there. Irvington, North New Jersey. Irvington, North East Orange.
I have two. I'm going around to every school to talk to them.
On the topic of violence in the city overall, the mayor believes access to guns is one of the main components fueling the issue. He wants more accountability from gun manufacturers.
No, that's not the only thing.
For every American,
you still got
up to 3 guns. That's how many guns we got on our street. And if we don't begin to talk about how we overturn the law that said that we can't sue gun manufacturers and gun suppliers, it's going to continue to be a problem.
And when asked about how recent shootings down the business there, the mayor said
but we wasn't messing with the white girls.
God, why? Because you look at South Jersey, they don't let this dude fool y'all, man.
Don't be jealous. World Town is all fun.
New Jersey, Camden, Blackmore,
See how he started, right? So that group parts of New Jersey, it's all about his own white neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Who you talking about? I'm in the black neighborhood. Who you talking about? Jericho with 99. Jericho is 99. The town is surrounded by is all white, bro. Jericho is a township. It ain't a city, bro.
Jericho's all black, bro.
It's not a city, though. Irvington, New Jersey is all black, but it's not a city. We still got other people here. Come on, bro. Yeah, but come on, you guys are, man. Y'all know South Jersey don't count. Y'all don't think. Hey, look, they already been talking about splitting the state up for years, y'all. Yeah, you know, I think it's time. You're right. You know what I'm saying?
Don't let me put Egg Harbor into the mix.
Nah, y'all can have everything past the lower end of Amboy. You can have the whole shit. We taking everything that's up north and
we got Whitney. We got Whitney from Tom's River. We got Whitney, bro. Y'all ain't got nobody doing like that.
Whitney Houston?
Yo, you know she's not with us here anymore, but she's from Tom's River, bro.
Bro, she grew up in a church right here in North New Jersey. Towns River don't count, son.
What are you talking about?
Towns River don't count.
She got a record deal. She was in Tom's River.
She wasn't in Newark down there, but y'all don't count, man. I ain't trying to hear that shit.
Man, the only thing Newark is
from East Orange, man. Whitney's from East Orange. Don't believe this, man.
She might have been born in the hospital.
First city in the building, man. Don't let these people fool you.
You heard your own saying in the world take.
Hey, Trouble, try to get Nah. Nobody care about that.
Man, there's nothing come from Addison or East Orange. The only thing y'all can lay claim to.
We got so many famous projects out here, man. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro.
Carjacking. All those projects y'all got carjacking.
Hey, well, no, that's all of New Jersey. It's not, bro. That's all of New Jersey.
The Aquarium in Camden for.
You can't put that on North. You can't put that on North. That's all of New Jersey. Jersey is the coffee capital of the world.
We had an aquarium since 1985. We had an aquarium since 1985. They don't have no aquarium out there in North Jersey. The only thing y'all got is the Woodbridge Mall.
Bro, we got Turtleback too. What are you talking about?
The movie theater. First Amboy. That's it. That's all y'all got.
Turtleback Zoo. See, look. This is why I said y'all can have anything past Amboy. We got Turtleback Zoo up here, first of all. Let's get it twisted. That's the most famous zoo.
We got Great Adventure. We got Great Adventure.
We got halfway adventure, bro. Nobody go to Great Adventure like that. And the only folks that go to Great Adventure is people that come from New York.
Really? And all the people in New Jersey.
We had the beach, you know that. We had Seaside, Wildwood, Asbury, Lakewood.
That's all South Jersey. Wildwood.
No, I don't gotta go to those places though. I can go to
South Jersey.
I'll go to Cheesequake. Nah, you forget it's the North Central and South Jersey. All that is not in South Jersey, bro.
All that South Jersey. Wildwood is definitely South Jersey.
Wildwood is South Jersey.
Which is 4 miles away from.
I'm just saying the Tom's River. Okay. Here's how y'all settle down. Here's how we settle down, y'all. I don't even gotta go to the Wildwood. Excuse me. We got the Mall of America up here and Giant Stadium. So you can have South Jersey. You know what I'm saying? Come on, fam. I'm not trying to argue with you. We got the Mall of America, which got the biggest indoor swimming pool in the world, right here in North New Jersey. Let's get it. Right next to Giant Stadium, bro.
Yeah, like that's called the New York Giants. It's not called the New Jersey Giants.
It don't matter. Every team that
y'all got owned by
plays in another town.
That's why New York take all their trash to North Jersey.
Half of y'all, majority of y'all South Jersey fans is Philly fans. Y'all not even loyal New York Giants. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm in Atlanta now, bro, so.
Oh, Mr. Mike, man. Definitely Mr. Mike talking straight.
I'm in Atlanta now.
Mr. Mike, but now shout out to the whole Jersey. You know what I mean? You already know what it is. I go anywhere in the hood and live. I love Jersey. That's why I don't be want to leave this motherfucker. But have the gang taking this bitch over, Chase. You know what I mean? It's kind of over.
Yeah, bro. Man, I went back home. What, 3 months ago? 2 months ago. And man, it's a whole entire different scene up there, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole entire different scene up there.
It been like most of the blacks been left that shit like back in the 90s, yo.
Nah, because you got to remember that Trenton was named Divine Land from back in the day. That's where all the gods of Earth came out of. Outside of New York, that was the most prevalent place for the NGE, for the Nation of Gods and Earths. And Trenton was named Divine Land for a reason. That's where you had your best scholars and your most famous scholars. That's where your cats like Poor Righteous Teachers and them come out from. Culture, Wise, Intelligent, and all those guys, your early old school hip hop stuff, came out of Trenton. But that was a whole entire different era, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, all of this stuff is dying out, and everything is getting right back to getting right back to where who was at before all of this stuff started. So, what that reparations task force looking like?
Excuse me, I'm chewing on this one. To be honest with you, it's not dead in the water, but I guess it's on hold or whatever the case be. It seems that from the last time I honestly checked in on it, as I know, see, you got these jokers up here, New Jersey Institute of Social Justice. That's Ryan P. Haygood or Haywood, whatever his name is. I keep getting confused on his last name or whatever. Haywood, I think it is, or Haygood or something. So, okay, you supposed to be Black American NACA, and you saying you about reparations, but one, you running with Narcan and Cobra. Excuse me, we already know that's the grip gang right there. And two, if you about social justice, and we talk about your headquarters is in North New Jersey, excuse me, right downtown near City Hall and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? You had the Gateway building, I think, or something like that. So why is all your staff non-black? You feel what I'm saying? Like, you got nothing but white women on your staff. And I think I seen like one black person. Who knows if that's Tether Gang or just a regular nigga that just don't know no better and shit. Or could be corny. Could be bootleg, you never know. So when we went to the Juneteenth, you got access to Wells and this, you know what I mean? Shout out to Twin. There was nothing but Tether niggas screaming, reparations, Chase, we're gonna get out of reparations. Hey man, why you got to Tether Gang down here talking about reparations, yo? Marching from the courthouse on MLK in Springfield Avenue all the way down to City Hall on Broad Street, yo. Real shit, bro. We in for trouble. I don't think we understand it, man. We running out of time, bro. Or we already out of time. Because Narcan and Cobra, they the ones making the rounds, going to all our black institutions, cities, towns, churches. You feel what I'm saying? Whatever it is we do black. And speaking on reparations, we ain't made no type of move yet, and we know what the fuck going on more than them niggas do. Damn, dog. Well, right. I don't mind that one, man. But it is what it is up here, though. And then the other thing is too, you got to fight the Pan-Africanist joker. So that's really the big issue up here. Everybody's wants some Pan-African shit, in my opinion. We ain't looking at it as yada yada yada. That's why I like Chicago. That might be the last stronghold, yo. As far as like a northern city that's holding on to whatever his black roots identity is. We don't have 30 years of dealing with the Tether Gang up here, so it's like it ain't nothing new to us. We don't, I guess, down past our differences or whatever. So we live amongst each other, but Chicago knackers ain't used to this shit. You know what I'm saying? They in for a rude awakening, bro.
Well, I think the litmus test that the brother put out so eloquently 2 weeks ago, the litmus test is, do you support reparations or you don't? And from there, I can better determine how to deal with you. If you don't support reparations for the descendants of slaves in America, then, you're on the other side. You're on the flip side of the coin.
Yeah, back on that, bro. Back on that, man.
Hey, but I'd like to ask y'all. So this brother killed a man, and he had training and indoctrination into police culture, and he killed a man for messing with his daughter. I say my opinion is that you would have to protect your daughter at all costs. And, you know, for your daughter getting out of control and inviting somebody to, you know, to your house after you done already laid down a law. That's not right.
But that give you the right to be a Frank Castle, though. You know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I mean? Go forehand punish you on the knock, you know what I mean? Yes, that was funny, huh? You know what I'm saying? You good? Let me know, nigga. Sound like you was in the weed, nigga. Sound like you was in the weed, nigga.
I am, the lemon cherry gelato got me going.
Yeah. I figured that.
But look,
hold it in, nigga. Don't choke. You know what I'm saying? You choke, you gotta pass now. I gotta let that shit out.
When it comes to your daughter, brother, you want to exercise all caution. I'm not about to let my daughter be harmed, and even if she want to mess with a knucklehead. Now, the whole point is, your home is your castle. Regardless of anybody outside of you, that, you know, put out little mandates that somebody else can just exploit and everything. Like, nah, man, no. This is what goes on in my house. If this young guy is not welcomed here, he's not welcomed here. Okay? But I'm not going to shoot you. I'm going to beat your ass. See, because you can come back next day from an ass whipping. But to kill you and then to shoot you behind your back, oh, yeah, man, brother, that's not right. That's not right. And, you know, so, you know, the accountability got to be spread across the whole table, man. It's got to be spread, in my opinion. And this is from the outside looking in. If me as a man and you know, my daughter's grown and she's dating everything, well, hold up. You know you're not supposed to be dating anybody till after college. After college. So you sending out an invitation to a man to my house, and that man comes to my house, I'm going to go ahead and beat your ass and knock you out. I'm not going to shoot you, man. Because I don't have to. This is my house. I land on that.
No, I feel you, yo. Word up.
Black majority, Black American. Do y'all agree with that?
Yeah, black majority, he out or whatever for a minute. I think he stepped out the room or whatever. Yeah, come on over on our Screw Tube too, y'all. Subscribe to the Screw Tube, man. It's in the chat right there. It should be in the Jumbotron. Just look for it. I'm pretty sure I put it in here. If not, I'll do it again. Actually, no, I didn't actually put it in.
Hey, I'm here. This Black American Homeland. Yeah, I agree with that, man. Yeah, I wouldn't shoot him, but you know, I would just beat him up. Tell him that he's not allowed around here again, and but he lives. So I agree with you 100%.
And yeah, like I said, you know, Naka got some stories, man. Naka got some stories, man.
Right. I appreciate that, man. You know, here's the thing. Is it really acceptable to take black life versus white life. I mean, come on, man. Look at that brother that was up there in Long Island, right? Y'all remember the case? Them white kids beat up his son at a party, then chased him all the way home. And when the kid got inside of his house and everything, the father of the young black kid told him, said, "Hey man, y'all go ahead and go away." And the kid was like, "Yo, y'all send your son out because we're gonna beat his ass some more." The father fired a warning shot. Oh no! The white kid grabbed him. That's right. The white kid grabbed him. And then the father lit his ass up. This one time, and killed him. They put that black father in jail. These are the type of things that we don't understand, that if we let our household get out of control, these are the type of things that you welcome in. Your kids has got to follow your orders and your rules, laws, and regulations. Once your kids out operate outside of that, y'all know what the story is after that.
Hey, no, I believe going back to the father that killed the daughter's boyfriend, I believe he was under the impression that the young man probably was an intruder and just try to rob the house, because I guess in the story the father knew the person. So if he knew the person, I can't see how the father can shoot that young kid in the back. I just don't see it. So I think it was just a misunderstanding. He thought he was an intruder that tried to rob the home, and when he was running away trying to jump over the fence, that's when he shot him. That's what I think.
I agree with you, brother. But you know how firearms work. And you know how, when it comes down to it, but learn how to operate a firearm. Oh, man. Come on. Once you put those bullets into a body, and you know what that bullet does to the body, you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. That's why you gotta go do life under the jail, bro. You know what I'm saying? And obviously you knew who the little kid was. I don't think it's really a scenario of you came home and saw somebody running out the back and assumed he was a burglar. He had to know who this kid was, height, and they say he. Hold up a minute. Hold on 1 second. I don't know.
Yeah. So when you are a firearm, you own a firearm, and even as an ex-cop, you're responsible for where those bullets end up. Period, point blank. So even if it's involuntary manslaughter, unfortunately, and it's some minimal sentencing, the person who fired that weapon into someone's back, retreating away from them, is fully guilty on all levels. I don't care what the circumstances were. I personally, I'm a firearm owner. I wouldn't shoot a teenage boy in the back. It just would never even enter my mind to do that, especially in this situation.
Shooting at you or offered the threat, right?
Say it again about the threat.
Unless he was a threat to you or was offending you.
Yeah, threat to my family, myself, anything like that. I mean, that's a different scenario. He was climbing over a fence. That just I'm curious as to why this person is no longer a cop. Like his whole record should be put on display, and I wonder if he was terminated or if he walked away from the job. And there's just a lot of questions about his judgment and his character. The fact that his daughter disrespected and disobeyed his quote unquote rules. I think it all really, for me, lands on the ex cop. Not even the children, because children are going to be children, and they're almost adults. They're young adults or whatever. So kids are going to be kids. They're going to do what they're going to do. I don't think it should end up with someone being killed because of that. That's just the way I look at it.
Hey, Black, also, if the kid knew the father and knew the history of the father, I would have been scared, but I probably wouldn't run away.
Why did the father not isn't a police officer anymore?
Yeah, that's a really good question. But at 15, I'm gonna say that, okay, somebody says stay away from my daughter. You're saying I'm in love, I'm a kid. These are the feelings that I've never felt before. I'm in love with your daughter. I want to prove to her my love, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it sounds like, that tragic case of young teenage love, that you had this adult who was willing to go to the extremes to prevent that from occurring. But I can't say that it would have stopped me because some guy said, stay away from my daughter necessarily. I can't get into the mind of a teenager. I never was in that situation. I never snuck into anybody's houses and nothing like that.
You were a teenager though.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Hey, Black, I would have never done that. If I knew the guy, if I knew the father, and I knew that he was a police officer.
Were y'all teenagers? Were y'all
15,
teenagers?
I would have never done that. I would have never sneaked over my girlfriend's house at the age of 15. I don't know what time it was, but I think it was late at night.
So y'all ain't never cut school.
Mm-mm.
You and your girl decide we're gonna go ahead and cut school because we got a house to go after because the parents are working or whatever, and decide to do something like that.
I have never cut school with a girlfriend. Never.
Okay, all right. So
yeah, me neither. When I was 14, I had brown single food stamps in my pocket that I would use to eat. Over the weekend, I would buy $1 bags of Fritos and candy to survive over the weekend. When I was 15, I had a minimum of $1,000 in my pocket, and that was that way until I was 18, and I got out of the streets, and I turned my life into a legitimate life. So I really went from poverty to riches, and I didn't have like the typical high school, experience as a teenager. But same thing. I respect adults. I respect people. I respect their property. I just even when I was a criminal, I still had respect for people. So I just didn't have that mentality to try to take advantage of a situation like that.
Growing up, my father was a minister of a church, so I didn't have that that mindset to want to do anything to I just didn't have that mindset. Just do the right thing. Just you know, the community knows you. The community knows your father. So yeah, I just didn't have that yeah.
I was a romantic too, man. Like, really, you know, I really was like, man, shit.
But I did have a lot of girlfriends in the church. We only met in the church. I never been over their houses.
He's like, I'm in the church with him, man. Hey, there's some beautiful, beautiful women in the churches, man. Ain't no doubt about that. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
women in church. Um, yeah, me, I was a young romantic person. Like, I didn't, I really wanted to, being a young person and having young ideas, you think you're gonna find somebody and fall in love with them, and not a lot of people think like that. But that's the way my mind worked at that age. And I did have one night stands and all of that stuff, but I still was looking for what I thought was like the other part of me as a person, even at a very young age. And so again, that's why I could see if a person's willing to take that type of a risk, there had to be some in their mind as a young person, some very strong feelings, um because he literally was risking his life in order to be around this girl. So um again, I wouldn't have done it, but I could see how somebody would, thinking they could navigate that situation. And he just found out that unfortunately it wasn't possible to navigate a situation like that. Fall in love, have a family, all that weird shit as a kid. I was a weird kid, I guess. I don't know. People don't really figure that shit. So I looked up this story on what I guess would have been he's a cousin. He's my mother's sister, which is my aunt, her grandson. And I could, there's a picture of him on the GoFundMe, so I do see the family resemblance. Again, never met him. Turns out he's got a whole family, brothers, sisters, whatever. And the last name is very popular, which tells me that I'm living in the city the whole time, and I got people that I'm related to that I don't even know who they are. But he was killed by a white boy, but they're at a school for troubled youths. So this used to be a big high school, and in the story it says that there were only 100 students there. So it's like one of those situations for like troubled children from, I think it said from like the first grade up to the 12th grade. So um special needs, IEP, whatever those plans are. And it just turns out that this particular kid got his hand on a handgun and brought the gun to school. And a relative that I hadn't had a chance to meet or get to know ended up being on the receiving end of that. Um, it's so weird because in this city growing up, knowing that I have this huge family and they're spread out all across the country. But it always was one of those things in the back of my mind. I didn't want to date. I always tried to date people who weren't from the city. I would always try to find people who weren't from here because in the back of my mind I was just like, man, like I don't want to end up dating a chick and then come to find out she's somehow related to me. Because the city I live in, it has a big city feel, but it's really just a bunch of little small towns that surround this downtown area and neighborhoods or whatever. So it's such a weird thing to live in a place where your dating pool is shrunken and shrunken down to you got to date people that are not from here in order to, almost guarantee that you're not potentially going to date somebody that you're related to in some way, shape, or form. It's just a really wild existence here. I'm just trying to sneak a bite to eat, man. I'm late night snacking. Yeah, I'm just late night snacking. If everybody's good, we can go ahead and close it down. Let me check the chat box real quick.
If you want me to play some spaces, let me know, bro.
Yeah, if you want, I mean, if it's gonna come through clear and you wanna, you wanna run through it.
It's just the music trouble, Don't worry about it. So the audio or the other stuff comes through, no problem.
Let's see if you can find anything on that Iran, Afghanistan situation. I don't know how serious, how if that's gonna escalate or if it's just like a skirmish or whatever.
How about this? I'll just run down some news and I'll look for it like that. So, yeah, let's go. All right. Share the room out, y'all. It's 5 in the morning. Everybody, mute your mics. Okay, hey, Black American Homeland, mute your mic.
General Paxton's home county is Collin County, and his wife represents part of the county in the Texas Senate. Our Olivia Leach spoke to North Texans today on what they think about today's historic vote. With 121 voting in support and 23 voting against the resolution, the Texas House of Representatives voted to impeach Attorney General Ken Paxton, shocking even his supporters back home in Collin County.
Thank you so much for coming out, hanging out with us. Man, rest in peace to the family, to the lineage, to the young brother down there in Mississippi. It's always a tragedy when a young person dies from gun violence or any other type of violence, to be honest. Unnecessarily so, where cooler heads could have prevailed, and or if you don't get up and go to school that day, if you choose not to go to a particular house, if one decision was different, these people would still be alive. And so Just prayers for the family, of course. And thanks for coming out. You know, it's another week, of course. SOXCIAL.com, social.com. It's Black American owned, Black American founded, Black American centered. We need content creators. It is a subscription service, and we can set up a reoccurring monthly subscription service. We can also do one-time events, so that we can start to build out this platform so that Black Americans who have subscribers or who want to build subscribers can actually generate income on social. SOXCIAL.com. Also, the DC reparations Juneteenth rally is occurring in DC at the National Monument, Sylvan Theater. We still need to get our GoFundMe up. I think we're at 1,300. We need to get to 5,000. So if you get a chance to look into this GoFundMe, it is a reparations rally. GoFundMe, I believe, is the title of it. There also is reparations2023.com, which has a lot of information there about the rally. And so I think that's about it. I'm gonna end it on that. For some reason, YouTube didn't put up a chat today, so I think it's because it started as a thing for kids or something like that. I'm not really sure. I've never seen it set up like this. So next week, I don't even know why they have that as an option, and it's the default option, which is even stranger. But next week, I'll pay more attention to setting it up. Now that I see what they do when you're not paying a whole lot of attention. We are going to be on the ground in Delaware very, very soon. And we're certainly going to be really, 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 really needing people to support the Black migration into the state of Delaware, so that we can change our political reality in this country permanently and forever. Thank you so much.